Good morning and welcome to the first day of racing in the New South Wales Grade Championships, the Edward Trickett Regatta. The racing starts nice and early, and I'm joined in the commentary position by Conrad Bond. And as we wait for the first race, welcome Conrad.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Rob.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, okay, so the first race is the Women's C Quad Scull, Heat 1. Progression is 1, first, second, third and fourth to the final, and then the next fastest crew across the two heats, so it'll be a nine lane final. In lane 1, we have Nepean Rowing Club, Elise Currell, Maya Edwards, Sophia Whitelaw, Ellie Taylor, with coaches Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold and Miles Harold. In lane 2, Askham, 3, Victoria Zhao, Camilla Burke, Amila McGuinness, Jess Brown and coach Lillian Slatter. In lane 3, Drummoyne Rowing Club, Poppy Stewart, Emma Malka, Bianca Riley and Freya Warner Van Dyke, coached by Sarah Ellis. In lane 4, ADF Rowing, Rachel Cope, Judith Wiss, Holly Kilmartin and Julia Cronin. Lane 5, Askham 2, Amelia Butler, Isabel Razavi, Poppy Mallet, Hannah Kyle and coach Philip O'Brien. In lane 6, Leichhardt 1, Susan Huggett, M. Barrick, Jennifer Zonga, Daniel Bourget and coached by Steve Sherry. Lane 7, St George Rowing Clubs, Michelle Milnes, Kay Robinson, Nicole Ford, Marnie Bateman, coached by Jackie Peel. And lane 8, University of New South Wales, Helen Frith, Samantha Backler, Annabelle Singh, Annabelle Fuller, coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. Lane 9, Glebe Rowing Clubs, Zoe Leisha, Giselle Zuza, Stella Lagan, Poppy Hartley and coached by Nick Galea. So they're currently on the line and a start is imminent. We can see on the screen now that the crews have all moved up within a boat length of the start line, and we'll be off to start very, very soon. And a great day out here today, Conrad. Conditions on the course, amazing.
It certainly is. A bit fresh out there this morning, but it seems to have burnt a bit of that frost away now, and nice clear water. And at least the early morning session should have some fantastic conditions to row in.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a reminder for everybody as we get through the day, there's not a lot of cloud cover today, so the UV will be quite high. So ensure that you have your adequate sun protection on before going out to the races. It is going to be a very high UV day, but we've got the crews on the start line now, and looking to we've almost got a line. So about to get the Edward Trickett 2025 Regatta underway very, very shortly. Also, just a reminder that it is compulsory to wear helmets when riding your bike along the course today. So just ensure that if you plan to get out on the bike, you don't think I'm different to everybody else. I don't need it. Everybody needs to be wearing a helmet. That is the rules of the course. We have a slight timing issue at the start. The buzzer went, but nobody moved. So at this point in time, the crews are just moving back off the start while they try to reset the starting system. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're still waiting for reset the start. It looks like they're moving back up to the starting line again now, so slight delay before we get underway, but sure racing will resume very soon. And we're back on the start line now, and it looks like a start is imminent, notwithstanding any further problems with the timing system. But we're just waiting for. We've got a few crews a little bit skewy. We've got the Ascom crew there, and we can see. You can see that they're not quite straight. In fact, they're heading diagonally across the course at the moment, so hopefully they can start off. And they're away in this first race, the women's C-grade quad scull. Just a reminder that in lane 1 we have Nepean Rowing Club, in lane 2 Ascom 3, in lane 3 Drummoyne Rowing Club, in lane 4 ADF Rowing, lane 5 Ascom 2, lane 6 Leichhardt 1, lane 7 St George Rowing Club, lane 8 University of New South Wales, and lane 9 Glebe Rowing Club. And I see that, Conrad, today that that University of New South Wales has got a lot of crews entered out here today, and obviously chasing those championship points that come with the Trickett Regatta.
Yeah, they do have a few entries through the draw today. Club I've had a bit to do with over the last few years, and Chris Burns has got a good squad of rowers in the boat park today, 2 full trailers of boats, and they are looking to bring home some silverware at the end of this weekend, and as you said, Rob, some important championship points with them.
And no doubt. And just while we've got a call out, please. We're desperately after a boat driver for tomorrow. So if you've got a boat your driving licence and you would like to come out and zip up and down behind the races, it's not a long stint tomorrow. They're finishing quite early. So if you've got that, you think you'd like to do that, if you could come to the control tower. We also are in need of someone who has some skills that can help out in the tower with just the general admin type tasks that are here. And we do need that today, like now. So if you're once again at a loose end and you think you'd like to spend some time in the air-conditioned tower, just head on down and see Stephanie or Neve in the tower, and they will put you to good work. So it was through the 500 metre mark, and we don't have much time here today, Conrad, so it's going to have a bit of all visual from here, but it does look like the crew in the middle of the course, the ADF rowing crew and the Drummoyne crew, look to be having a good run, as well as appears to be the Leichhardt, University of New South Wales and Glebe crews over on this side. And that's where all the racing is. Remembering that the first 4 go through to the final. So some crews with a bit of work to do. And it does look like the ADF crew has pushed ahead of Drummoyne Rowing Club. So Drummoyne Rowing Club they've just, as I've said that, they've just caught a crab and stopped the boat. So that's not going to help them in their cause to get through to the final. But it is the crews over on this side, and it does look to be the University of New South Wales crew that we talked of earlier that is really surged ahead in this race and are making a big push towards the line. A little bit further back we have the Ascom crews in Ascom crews in 2 and 5. At the moment they're just a little bit out the back, but certainly are making a good effort as they come down to the line. But it is this University of New South Wales crew. The ADF crew now putting on a big spurt. A lot of work to do in the Drummoyne crew. They've got to pull back Nepean, who are fast finishing over in lane 1, and it looks like they will pick up that 4th position straight through to the final. But it's the University of New South Wales crew over here, and the Glebe crew coming home hard on the lane 9, and they will actually cross the line in 3rd place. So it looks like they will help push that Nepean crew right over in lane 1 out of that 4th position. So it will be University of New South Wales, the ADF crew, Glebe Rowing Club, Leichhardt, followed by Nepean, Drummoyne, and then St George. And here come these 2 Ascom crews, and just a special mention out to some great technique in the stroke seat of the Ascom number 3 with Jess Brown, whose dad is very proud of her rowing. So we'll keep watching her over the years, because Nick certainly is a great rower. But as we come down to the finish line, it is the Ascom crews coming across the line, finishing now 3 in front of 2. And moving straight on now, Conrad, to race 2.
We are, and we've got race 2 underway already, and out on the course for the second heat of the women's C-grade quad. We've got in lane number 1, we've got UTS, Bianca McKenzie, Matilda Marconis, Monique Heinke and Charlotte Olivier. ANU out of lane number 2, Darcy Warmerdam, Rebecca Hoffman, Sarah Connor, Elizabeth Blower, coached by Edwin Bine. Leichhardt number 2 is lane number 3. We've got Lisa Molyneux, Chanel Stokes, Kristen Moss, Heidi Parks, they're coached by David Ross. The second of the University of New South Wales crews is in lane number 4. Alana Hamilton, Kira Bailey, Alana Pinder, Elise Courtney, they're coached by Justin Quigley, Emma Vay Cox and Chris Burns. Glebe Rowing Club out of lane number 5, Julia Simon, Brianna Wade, Rachel McEwen, Julia Vichkoskaya and coached by Robin Mackney. Lane 6 is Lake Macquarie, Louise Termine, Marie Brown, Nerida Clinton and Anne Campbell. Lane 7, Glebe Rowing Club's India Lloyd, Isabel Bugg, Emily Barrett, Chloe Hitchens. Lane 8 is the second UTS crew, Jennifer Luff, Christine Phillips, Kirsty Edwards, Bronwyn Downey. And Ashcombe Rowing Club in lane number 9, Anna Radzminski, Inga Dive, Sammy Rebillard, Anouk Lafferty, and coached by Gemma Kulau. And it looks as though it's the 2 crews out of 7 and 8 that are leading this one. That would be the crews from Glebe and UTS. I'd suggest that the Glebe crew out of lane number 7 might have a canvas advantage coming into the last 150 metres. There's a good battle on the far side of the course for what I think will be the 4th and final spot directly into the final, with 3rd place currently held down in the middle of the course by what looks to be the NSW crew. We've just had some trouble over in lane 2, that's the ANU crew, and they've caught a crab. That's probably put paid to their chances of progressing through to the final, even as the fastest 5th place position. And that makes it look as though our 4 qualifiers from this heat are
so that means we have 3 heats. In lane 1 we have Black Mountain, Felix Pentony. Lane 2, Lake Illawarra, Sean Quigley. In lane 3, Shoalhaven, Rory Dixon, coached by David Eddington. In lane 4, University of New South Wales, Edwin Fang, coached by Justin Quigley, Emma Vaycox and Chris Burns. Lane 5, University of New South Wales, Justin Nelson, coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. In lane 6, St George Rowing Club's, Paul Wilkinson. Lane 7, Nepean 2, Isaac Ferreira, coached by Daniel Waddell and Angus George. In lane 8, ANU's Christopher Woods, coached by Diane Grant and Nick Hunter. And in lane 9, Endeavour Rowing Club's Tim Blomfield, coached by Peter Bond. And at this point in time, it does look like the crew's in the middle of the course, so it does appear that it's the University of New South Wales crews that are out to a reasonable lead over the rest of the field. It does look like the Black Mountain crew, Felix Pentony over in lane 1, has also had a fairly good first 500, and right over on this side the ANU sculler. So certainly the university's doing well in this race, and Canberra Cruise. But once again, reminding us the first 3 to the final, the rest are eliminated, so it's a bit cutthroat out there at the moment. The sculler in lane 2, which appears to be the Sean Quigley from Lake Illawarra, is making a bit of a comeback at the moment and does look to have some momentum as they come down into the last 300 metres. But it is the 2 University of New South Wales crews fighting it out in the middle of the course. It is a battle within the club here as they come down. But over on the Black Mountain sculler and the Lake Illawarra sculler, so Felix Pentany and Sean Quigley certainly making a big effort. And I would say at this point in time that the Black Mountains Felix Pentany may well have come up on the others to take a slight lead coming into the last 100 odd metres as just coming into the red buoys now. The rate certainly very controlled on the Lake Illawarra's Sean Quigley. So if you want to make sure of a position in the final, you've probably got to lift a little bit, because there's the University of New South Wales crew certainly leaving nothing in the bag, and I'm not sure there's enough urgency over there from the Lake Illawarra crew at the moment, but it is the Black Mountains Felix Pentany who has taken a good lead now as they come down to the last 4 or 5 strokes, and not with barring disaster, he will take out this first heat of the men's D-grade single scull. So Felix Pentany crossing the line, and it's very close now, and it will be the lane 4 sculler University's Edwin Fang takes the 2nd position, and it will be Justin Quigley from Lake Illawarra taking 3rd. So a great finish by Justin Quigley in the end, and just pips the 2nd University of New South Wales sculler out of a pace. ANU coming across the line now, Christopher Woods, followed by Nepean. And the Endeavour sculler stopping before the line, just cruising over to get savour that experience of crossing the finish line. And back over now, the Shoalhaven sculler coming now home hard and will come in 8th position, and the St George sculler closing out the field.
Very, very hot on their heels. We've got the 2nd of the men's D-grade heats. They're coming into their final sprint already, but a quick call of the card. We've got Drummoyne's Nicholas Brown on the far side of the course, lane number 1. Lane 2, Shoalhaven's Hugo Gollan. Lane number 3, Balmain's Michael Kemp. Leichhardt's Robert Tiley's out of lane 4. St George, Christopher Jones. Lane 5, ANU's Ashley Young. Lane 6, UNSW in lanes 7 and 8. That's Eric New and Nitchem Bansal. And then lane number 9, Glebe's Dylan Watson. And it looks as though it's the far side of the course and in the middle of the course that would be our 2 leaders. I probably can't quite split them just yet. And then back to 1, 2, 3, 4. Lane number 6 is taking 3rd place at the minute. There are qualifiers at this point in time. So it would be Christopher Jones and Nicholas Brown out in front. They're fighting for the 1st position in this one. And then it's back to Ashley Young from ANU. He's holding down 3rd place at the minute, but not without challenge from Glebe in lane number 9, who's got the rate up and he's coming home quite strongly. He's trying to push his way up into these final qualifying positions, but I think it's going to be a lot of work over this last 100 metres if he wants to get there. He does have the rate a bit higher than ANU's Ashley Young. He is coming home quite nicely. It will be down to the line, and he's making ANU work. Out in front, it looks as though it's St George. Christopher Jones, he's got a very, very small advantage coming down to the line. It is extremely close, but I think it was Christopher Jones from St George Rowing Club who has taken the win in that one from Nicholas Brown of Drummoyne. ANU did just scrape home. Oh, this actually has got Glebe in a photo, possibly Glebe in a photo, but I think it might have been the ANU sculler who just got across the line. We will have to wait for confirmation on that. Lane number 8, Nitchem Bansal from UNSW, Balmain Rowing Club, over across to Shoalhaven, and then another very, very tight finish between lanes 4 and lane 7. The Leichhardt sculler and the 2nd of the UNSW scullers. So a couple of very, very close finishes there, and all scullers racing their way all the way to the line.
And while we wait for that photo to be decided, we move straight on to heat number 3 of the men's D-grade single scull. Just a quick roll call is ANU in lane 1, Timothy Rathel. In lane 2, Nepean 1, Lachlan Sly. In lane 3, Newcastle University's Ryan Finesse. In lane 4, Shoalhaven's Mark Whitaker. Lane 5, St George Rowing Club's Aidan West. Lane 6, University of New South Wales, Nathan Helms. Lane 7, Glebe Rowing Club's Christopher Nish. Lane 8, University of New South Wales, Ali Yadschi. And in lane 9, St George Cromwell Olivier. So at this point in time, it does look like the sculler in lane 3, the Newcastle sculler of Ryan Furness, that appears to have a clear second spot, it would appear, over this stage from the New South Wales, Uni of New South Wales sculler, Nathan Helms, over here in lane 6. And certainly showing Uni of New South Wales showing a very strong field in these C and D divisions. So it's great to see the development that's happening in University of New South Wales and the success they're being able to get. But the University of New South Wales, University of Queensland, Newcastle, got it, there it is. Newcastle sculler certainly has pulled away now, running very nicely, very compact, not overuse of the energy, and does look like will come down to the line to take out this one, followed by Nathan Helms from University of New South Wales, and it will be the University of Queensland sculler coming across in first, University of New South Wales, and it's close row here, but it will be St George Cromwell Olivier coming home in third place, followed by the Shoalhaven sculler, Mark Whitaker. The next University of New South Wales sculler, then Glebe and St George. Yep, and I knew. So we still have Nepean Rowing Club crossing the line now, and in to close out the field will be the ANU scullers, Timothy Rathall, just coming down to the line. But as we look back, we still have not been able to split that photo for first and second and third in race 4. Obviously the first two positions not as important, but very important to decide the third and fourth place, with only the third going, top 3 going through to the final. So in that previous heat of the men's D single, that was heat 2, we have a result. St George's Christopher Jones crossing in 4 minutes and 24 seconds. The Drummoyne sculler, Nicholas Brown, 0.27 seconds behind. It was the Glebe sculler, Dylan Watson, taking out third position, with the ANU sculler, Ashley Young, 0.03 seconds behind. So it was extremely close and very unfortunate for Ashley Brown missing out on the final by 0.03 of a second. But that's racing.
down toward the 500 metre mark, and it is still, Kevin Wall is continuing to move out in front of this race, moving the boat along quite nicely. It does still look like a good race between the two community scullers, but it is Sam Shalhoub who has a guide boat behind him, giving him a bit of assistance. He looks like he has a little bit of an advantage still over his stablemate, James Johnson, on this side of the course. But the margins seem to have stayed relatively consistent over the last 100, 150 metres or so. Certainly at the minute though, it looks club up for both flat water and coastal rowing. I know last year Kevin and his mate did a 24-hour row to raise money for the club. He's got about 100 metres left to travel now. He's going to come down over the next few strokes. He'll hit the red buoys in front of the grandstand. He's got the rate down, moving it quite nicely, but knowing Kevin, he's at the moment well within his comfort level, and he's keeping it clean, moving the boat along nicely and taking advantage of these, what are fantastic conditions for rowing here this morning. He's got about, I'd say 60 metres or so advantage over Sam Shalhoub on the far side of the course from Community Rowing Club, and a similar margin back to James Johnson, also from Community, but it will be Kevin Moore coming over and crossing the line to take out the first race of the Para-Single Sculls ahead of Community Rowing Club Sam Shalhoub, and then James Johnson also from Community taking third place.
And that rounds out the Para-Single Scull, and we move up to race 9, which is the, for the men's Para-Single Scull, we move up to the women's Para-Single Scull, race 8, and in lane 3 we have Glebes Mika Kelly. In lane 6, Drummoyne's Stephanie Walker. In lane 7, Community Rowing Club's Catherine Vygotsky. And we're just waiting for them to start. I think they're just moving down to the start line now. And we've had a big week of announcements this week with the announcement of the Masters Interstate Squad. And certainly I've noticed in the first few races, Conrad, a number of these athletes coming down in the first few races, and certainly coaches have got a task on their hand to get these crews, selected crews together to compete at the Australian Masters Championships later on in May. So we're waiting for these 3 scullers to get on the line. It's a start will be imminent. Just waiting for Stephanie Walker just to lagging behind the other two, but moving up to the line now, and a start will be imminent. But the conditions out there are absolutely perfect for rowing today. While the temperature's still down, it will warm up a little bit today. Not getting too hot, so conditions out here not like a summer regatta. They certainly are a lot more accommodating for racing. So in this race we have Mika Kelly in lane 3. Mika will have a umpire's boat or a guide boat following her down, and that is just to make sure that she doesn't get in any trouble being having some level of visual impairment. The idea is that they keep them safe and you know, basically out of trouble if anything should go wrong. They're not there to assist in any other way. They can't give any encouraging feedback to the sculler. It's simply about direction. And we have a start in the women's para single scull race 8, and it is Stephanie Walker off to a very fast start, and certainly going to try to stamp some level of authority over the first 200 or 300 metres. So you just need to keep that going through the middle of the course. The sculler over here in lane 7, Catherine Vagotsky, is now settling into a nice rhythm, and it looks like she may well have already pulled back some of that early lead that Stephanie had got out to. Over in lane 3 we have Mika Kelly, and at this point in time maybe just a little bit, as we'd expect, being visually impaired, maybe just a little bit further back than the other two, but the race is certainly on, and it does look to be Stephanie Walker still going out hard. Has the rating up, and it looks like she has the intent to get over that line first, so it's going to be a very good first 300 metres from Stephanie. Catherine over in lane 7 certainly going out with her, and we'll have to see how that pans out over the last 500 metres. In the meantime, Mika Kelly got the rating down quite low, but certainly sculling very nicely in lane 3. A little bit of a gap between the two. I think that's primarily just to keep the vision of the following boat behind Mika a little bit off to the other sculler's side. But it is Stephanie Walker still holding an advantage over Catherine Vagotsky in lane 7 as they come down towards the 500 metre mark. It looks like Catherine may well have pulled back a fair bit of that lead, and she does have overlap now with Stephanie, so if Stephanie wants to win this race, she's got a fair bit of work to do, because Catherine certainly has the momentum as they come through the 500 metre mark, and it will be very close coming through there, and it looks like that Catherine has just taken over the lead from Stephanie as they go through the 500 metre mark. So Stephanie's going to really have to work in this next 500 to pull that lead back, and it looks like she may have responded a little bit by shortening up, which is probably not going to help her cause. Over in lane 3 we still have Mika Kelly rowing very strongly in lane 3, and certainly is looking very strong for that third place. a few steering issues from Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne Rowing Club. Looks like she's rowing down the buoys at the moment, but has moved back into the centre of the course, which once again won't have helped her her forward progress, going from side to side. But it is Catherine Vygotsky from Community Rowing Club who is now out to about a length's lead over Stephanie Walker as they come down to the last 300 metres. Still over in lane 3, Mika Kelly rowing very strongly, and she's got some great water conditions over there as well, so making the most of that, I'm sure. But it is Catherine Vygotsky from Community Rowing Club now who's moved slightly ahead, have got a bit more than a length's advantage over Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne Rowing Club as they come into the 250 metres to go. Certainly all the work to be done by Stephanie if she's going to pull back this lead, and certainly probably has shortened up a little bit in anticipation of the big run home. But Catherine Vygotsky looking very strong over here in lane 7 as she comes down into the zone of the red buoys, about 100 metres to go. The grandstand finish for Catherine, and she will looks like go across the line untroubled in this Paris single scull race 8 with about another 10 or 12 strokes to go. After a bit of a slow start, Catherine really has been able to just motor through Stephanie Walker and will go through to take first place in the Paris single scull. Crossing the line now, followed by Stephanie Walker, and then a little bit of a distance back to Mika Kelly. Stephanie Walker crossing the line now, and Mika Kelly certainly is not backing off at all as she comes down the line. Very, very neat and compact technique from Mika. Not too much fuss about her technique, and she's got about another 7 or 8 strokes to go before crossing the line to close out the field in race 8, the Para single scull. And Mika coming across the line now to take out third place. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the medal presentation for the Para single scull, men's Para single scull. And in second place, and silver medalist, Sam Shalhoub. And in third place and bronze medalist from Community Rowing Clubs, James Johnson. Please join me in congratulating the medal winners for the Para Single Scull Grade Championship of New South Wales.
Our next race is on the course now, and it's the 500 metre version of the para single sculls. We do only have the one starter out there at the minute. It's Amber Bradley from Community Rowing Club. She's coached by Barbara Ramjam, Leon James and Robin Smith, and my learned commentator Rob Glendenning in the box here with me tells me that she was at PLC last year, come through the rowing program there, and very successful Sydney school, and she's translating that into the 500 metre version of this para single scull here at the grade championships. You'll see again she has a behind her just assisting her to avoid any obstacles or keep as best course as she can. She's just had a couple of steering difficulties there and moved us way off the boys.
And Conrad, the PLC school we mentioned before has a great program and really do promote para rowing within their group. And I think this year some of the regattas may have had 5 or 6 para rowers, and certainly have a great program for getting these guys into boats and get them racing.
That's excellent. The more people we have on the water, the better, and the more opportunity there is for everybody to have a chance to have a try at our sport. It's certainly beneficial for everybody involved, us as a rowing community as well. And as we can see here, she's come down, she's got about, I think that's the 200 metre that she's come past, 200 metre hut, normally used for the canoe and kayak here at Cirque. You'll see Amber's got a couple of floats on the outside of the riggers just to assist with stability, but it does look like it's a standard single scull hull. Some of the adaptive, the para boats have a wider hull, but this one looks as though it's a standard racing single scull, just with the added aid of the floats on the bottom of the rigger to keep balance. And she's made her way back into the middle of her lane now. She's got the rate up and moving the boat along quite nicely as she comes into the last 100 metres of this one. For those of you who don't know, Community Rowing Club is a program based out of Iron Cove in Sydney, where there are a lot of the Sydney Inner West clubs, and the Community Rowing Club focuses on para rowing and bringing new people into the sport. And as you've seen over the last 3 races, they've done quite well with that, with a good showing of community rowers here at Edward Trickett. And Amber Bradley's just crossed the line to take out the 500 metre race of the para single scull here at the Edward Trickett Grade Championships for 2025.
Just a reminder that if you're in a final today, that we are doing medal presentations. So at the end of your race, if you can make your way back to the medal pontoon, and you'll be presented with your medal. So if you're in a final, you can come around and get your medal at the end of the race. So we're moving straight on to race 10, the women's C grade double scull. Heat 1, the progression is first, second, third of the final. The rest are eliminated. In lane 2, Newcastle Unis, Molly Walkerden and Adelaide Goldfinch. Lane 3, Ascombe 2, Charlotte Hourigan and Lara Drower, coached by Lillian Slatter. In lane 4, UTS's Jemima McKenzie and Megan Chung. In lane 5, Glebe Rowing Club's Charlotte Rogers and Poppy Hartley. Lane 6, ANU, Caitlin Grant and Carly Netherway, coached by Edwin Bean. In lane 7, Endeavour, Lizzle Ruzau and Chris Brennan, coached by Peter Bond. In lane 8, Glebe Rowing Club's Brianna Jade and Julia Vikovalsky, coached by Robin Mackney. We're just lining up on the start for this race 10, the women's C-grade double scull. And certainly just as the umpires make their way back up the course. Once again, conditions still fantastic. As you see, the umpires will go within about 300 or 400 metres of the rowers and tail off just so that they reduce the amount of wash. So they still look to be a little way off the line here, but it's a 9 o'clock start, so they've got another 5 minutes. Plenty of time to make their way down to the start and get this next race underway. We move over to the medal presentation for the women's para single scull. And in third place and bronze medalist from Glebe Rowing Club's Mika Kelly. In second place and silver medalist from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Stephanie Walker. And in first place and gold medalist and champion for this year is Community Rowing Club's Catherine Vagotsky. Please join in congratulating medalists and winners of the New South Wales Championship Para Single Scull for 2025. And we move right over to race 10 is now well underway, and a very fast start, particularly in the middle of the field there. And we have what appears to be the Glebe, very experienced Glebe crew of Jacqueline Harris and Heidi Lindahl, coached by Rob Dallymore, who have got a little bit of a jump with the Askham crew, certainly going out after him. It does look like from we've got our position on the coaches launch, we're watching the ADF crew of Julia Cronin and Holly Kilmartin. But as they come down towards the 500 metre mark, it does appear that it is the Askham crew who have actually jumped out to a fairly good lead, it would appear, over the glebe crew. But a little bit of distance to cover, and certainly we're needing a little bit better, a little bit closer vision. Okay, we are certainly on the wrong race, so that's going to be going to be some confusion in the thing. It is back to where we were. We were the glebe crew and the UTS crew, Jemima McKenzie and Megan Chung, followed by the glebe crew of Charlotte Rogers and Poppy Hartley, and Newcastle Uni's Molly Walkerton and Adelaide Goldfinch. But it does appear that it's the UTS crew, Jemima McKenzie and Megan Chung. And with this race, we have a different grades of these crews. So some D, C and D grade, but certainly the Ds can race in the C grade, so that's not a problem. But it is this UTS crew over in lane 4, and the Newcastle Uni crew in lane 2 that appear to have all the boat speed at the moment, followed closely by the Charlotte Rogers and Poppy Hartley glebe crew. And as they come down through the 500 metre mark, and we're not getting any splits at the 500 metre mark. Obviously, no time, nobody in the timing hut. But it is the UTS crew now who have who've just pushed out to a little bit of a lead. But it is the glebe crew beside them, off to their left, that appears to be going with them, and they may have the boat speed at the moment. As we come down to the last 250 metres, it is the a real battle between the UTS and the glebe crews in lane 4 and 5. And it does look like the glebe crew has now pulled up to the UTS crew, and it is a ding-dong battle. Remembering the first 3 progress, so they're fairly safely through. The crew over on this side, the looks like to be the University, the Endeavour crew, and the glebe crew over on this side. The glebe crew now rowing with the boys, which is not helping them at all, trying to pull back for that 3rd position. The crew over in lane 2, Newcastle Uni, probably still held a slight advantage over the glebe crew in lane 8 as they come down towards the line. But the battle is on for this first place. And UTS now just upping the rate just slightly, but haven't moved away a lot. But now the glebe crew is on a big push coming down to the line, and they are after this win. And in this heat of the race, and it is extremely close as they come into the line. Nothing to call, but it does appear that would be UTS followed by glebe. It is a very close race as we come down to the line for this very important 3rd and 4th position. And it'll be right to the wire, and it does look like the Newcastle Uni crew would have just got in over the glebe crew on this side. Followed now by the ANU crew, Endeavour Rowing Club, and a little way back now to Ascombe 2, the Charlotte Hourigan and Lara Drower.
I'll have to declare interest in that last race. I had a father in as the coach, and the ladies over on lane number 1, sorry. Lane number 2, try again. Molly Walkerton and Adelaide Goldfinch from Newcastle Uni, and prior to that, Hunter Valley Grammar had followed the same path I did through the school and uni system, 2 of my former clubs. So for them to make their way through in that 3rd position was good to see from an Overcastrian point of view. The second of the heats is at the moment on the line. They've got a bit of work to do to get themselves fully aligned and away nicely, but call of the card, we've got lane number 2, UTS, Kirsty Edwards and Christine Phillips. Lane number 3, Leichhardt Rowing Clubs, Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchison. Ashcombe Rowing Club in lane number 4, Charlotte Francis and Victoria Zhao, coached by Gemma Kulo. Lane number 5, Glebe Rowing Club, Jacqueline Harris and Heidi Lindahl, coached by Rob Dallymore. Lane number 6, ADF Rowing up from Canberra, Julia Cronin and Holly Kilmartin. Lane number 7, Drummoyne Rowing Club's Bianca Riley, Freya Warner Van Dyke, and coached by Sarah Ellis. And lane number 8, another Canberran crew, ANU Rowing Club's Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower, coached by Edward Byen. Crew's still on the line. They're a little closer to getting underway than what they were a moment ago, but still a little bit of work to do to get the last couple of crews up to bow ball, but they have done that and the crews are off. We're currently looking at the crews on this side of the course, and ANU look to have gotten away rather nicely and gotten the jump over the couple of crews to their right. Glebe in the middle of the course look to have gotten away rather well as well. So the early running, just from the quick pan of the camera there, looks as though it may be ANU, Glebe and UTS who've gotten the early jump in this one. They've got a couple of lengths advantage over the crews in between them. Those 3 crews certainly moving smartly. The crews in lanes 6 and 7 seem to have had a bit of a slower start, but they've managed to hold those leading crews a bit better than the crews on the far side of the course, and they've held it about a length or 2 back from those leading 3 and still within striking distance. It certainly looks as though the UTS crew on the far side of the course is moving quite swiftly at the minute. A lot of these scullers are backing up for their second race of the day already, and it's only 9:05. Some of these ladies were out in the C-grade quads in the first couple of races of the day, and if they keep that up at a regatta that's got heats and finals and sometimes semi-finals, they could be quite puffed by the come the afternoon or even tomorrow morning. See on your screen there the far side of the course, UTS and Glebe coming into view now through the middle of the course. It does look as though Glebe has a slight advantage over the UTS crew. As they come through halfway, it's half a length's advantage to Glebe over UTS, and then ANU a further length back down this side. The Drummoyne crew out of lane number 7 is another length back, and they're within striking distance of our 3rd place. ADF Rowing another length and a half back, and then Leichhardt on the far side of the course. And it looks as though Ashcombe are at the back of the course, and they are not too far behind the Leichhardt crew either. So everybody is within striking distance of somebody else in this race, and there's all to play for as they come into the latter stages of this one. Certainly in that race for 3rd place, with only the first 3 from this race going through to the final. You would suggest that UTS and Glebe, as they have done over the first hour of racing here, have put a good foot forward in these early heats. But there's certainly going to be some interest in the crews down this side of the course, ANU and Drummoyne Rowing Club. Bianca Riley and Freya Warner Van Dyke from Drummoyne seem to have just lifted the rate, and they're trying to push their way back onto the ANU crew. The ANU crew seem to be holding them at bay at the minute, but there's certainly some boat momentum coming through in lane number 7, and they're going to at the very least, keep the ANU crew honest there, and the UTS crew on the far side of the course for that matter. They seem to be falling back into the clutches of this fight for 3rd place, and it may just become a fight for 2nd place here. The Drummoyne crew is absolutely motoring home. I think they've got much more overlap here than they did in the earlier stages of this race. Looks as though Glebe are comfortable, and they should be able to hold this one through to the line and take 1st place. They'll move nicely into the final, but there's certainly some interest here coming over the last 100 metres to this one. ANU are still holding the advantage over Drummoyne. It looks like Drummoyne might just run out of track. UTS are going to be a length in front of ANU. They'll take 2nd place. Indeed, ANU do hold on by half a length over Drummoyne Rowing Club in 4th position. A bit of a gap back there to the ADF crew. Have just had a little bit of trouble with the buoy line coming into the last few strokes of this one, but they're not under too much pressure. They'll take 5th position. And then we head back to Leichhardt and Ashcombe Rowing Club to round out the field in the 2nd of these women's C-grade double scull heats.
And Conrad, a great race there for between UTS and the UTS and the Glebe crew for that first and second position. And just to mention that Christine Phillips out of the UTS crew has just been recently selected into the Masters quad for the Australian Championships, and Heidi Lindahl into the 8 for the Masters Championships state crew.
Yes, the Masters have still got some interest in this season. A lot of the schools and club rowers in the open categories might have decided to finish up, particularly if they headed down to Tasmania last week, but there's still plenty of interest in the Masters season for the next month and a half.
Indeed, for those that were in Barrington last week, it was a extremely good regatta. I think the saying, Conrad, the biggest nationals there has been as far as entries go, so it was a great regatta by all. But we move into race 12, the Women's C Grade Double Scull. This is the third heat of the Women's C Grade Double Scull, with progression first, second and third to the final. The rest will be eliminated. In lane 3, we have Macquarie Uni's Daria Sutarina and Caitlin L. Lane 4, Lake Macquarie, Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald. In lane 5, University of New South Wales, Samantha Backler and Helen Frith, coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. In lane 6, Glebe Rowing Club's Zoe Leisha and Inksa Dive, coached by Nick Galea. In lane 7, ADF Rowing, Rachel Cope and Judith Weiss. And in lane 8, Ascom 1, Poppy Mallet and Hannah Cole, coached by Philip O'Brien. And they're now well underway, and it does appear that it's a fairly clean start by all. As they come down to about 250 metres gone, it does appear that at University, once again, one of these strong crews out of University of New South Wales, Samantha Backler and Helen Frith, might have a slight advantage, but probably a little bit early to tell. The Lake Macquarie crew of Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald are certainly right up there, as are the Glebe and ADF crews as we come in. But the battle does appear to be between those the three crews in the middle of the field. The Kirsten Berry, Trudy McDonald combination from Lake Macquarie, Samantha Backler and Helen Frith from University of New South Wales, and Glebe's Zoe Leisha and Inksa Dive, coached by Nick Galea. Once again, going back to that Masters, Trudy McDonald, I understand, has also been selected into that state Masters squad in the quad scull. But the real race is on here now between the University of New South Wales and Glebe crews as we come down through the 250 metre mark. And certainly the pace is on, but there's nothing in it for third, fourth and fifth. So the real race is going to be on for that third position into the final. But it does look like Zoe Leisha and Inksa Dive have now really upped the rating and are putting a lot of pressure on the University of New South Wales crew coming into the 200 odd metres to go. Still not out of it though are the Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald combination of Lake Macquarie, and a little bit further back to Rachel Cope and Judith Weiss from ADF Rowing. But the real race is on up the front here at the moment. It does look like the Lake Macquarie combination has moved safely into that third place. So all the work to be done by the ADF Rowing combination over here in lane 7. They've got a lot of work to do if they're going to try to pull back that third position, but they're certainly lifted their rating now and have gone on the big push, and could be quite close. It does look like Zoe Leisha and Inksa Dive from Glebe now have just maybe shading a lead over the Samantha Backler, Helen Frith double from University of New South Wales. Indeed, as we come into the last 200 odd metres, it does appear to be that. It's stroke for stroke at the moment, and probably neither of them going overly hard, knowing that both their places into the final are secure if they keep doing what they're doing. But it is just a slightest advantage from the Glebe Rowing Club. The real race is on, as we said before, Lake Macquarie and ADF Rowing, and at the moment Lake Macquarie holding a slight advantage. But it will be this Glebe Rowing Club that holds about a 1 metre advantage over the University of New South Wales, and they will go across the line to take first place, followed by University of New South Wales, extremely close coming into the line between the Lake Macquarie and the ADF crew, but it will be Lake Macquarie in third place, ADF in fourth. We are a little way back now to the Macquarie Uni crew of Daria Sudarina and Caitlin L. and they will come across the line in 5th place, followed by the Ascombe #1 crew, really putting a lot of effort, not backing off at all as they come down towards the line. And what a great experience for them to be out rowing on the Cirque course in these sort of conditions, and certainly doing them and the school proud as they come across the line, and they will round out the field.
The first of two heats of the men's D-grade quad is on the course now, and on the far side of the course we've got University of New South Wales, Robbie Ireland, Alexander Anderson, Ryan McGorry, Anthony Ball, coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. Lane number 3, Glebe Rowing Club's William Tarrant, Harvey Lowe, Dylan Watson, Josh Dallymore, coached by Nicholas Galea. Endeavour Rowing Club's Peter Bowman, Jacques Rousseau, David Henderson, Tim Blomfield, coached by Peter Bond. Lane number 5, ADF Rowing, Lachlan Stevenson, Bill Todd, Ashley Paget, and Chris Austin. Lane number 6, ANU, Timothy Rathel, Ashley Young, Christopher Woods, William Cusack, coached by Dion Grant and Nick Hunter. Lane number 7, St George Rowing Clubs, Aidan West, Jake McAfee, Julian Grunsell, Jacob Wilson, coached by Mark Featherston. And lane number 8, Glebe Rowing Clubs, Mark McEwen, Mark Tychin, Richard Rebillard and Stephen Caldwell. And we've got a close-up there of the bow crew of the Endeavour Rowing Club quad. We've got Peter Bowman up there in the bow, Jacques Rousseau, Dave Henderson, Tim Blomfield in the stroke seat. Looks as though the crew in second from the grandstand side, the St George crew's faring rather well here, as is on the far side of the course the crew from University of New South Wales, as we're quite accustomed to this morning already. University of New South Wales moving their boat along quite nicely. The progression in this one is first 4 through to the final, but also the next fastest crew. So the fastest 5th place has a chance here, and it looks as though we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crews that are still in the mix for that and could come into the reckoning here. We do have out in front, though, the University of New South Wales and St George crews. They seem to be moving their boats along quite nicely. I'd fancy that 3rd and 4th are probably held down by the 2 crews inside of that, ANU and Glebe Rowing Club. And then the crews of the Glebe and ADF crews are then hoping that this is a rather schmick time and they are 5th place. They can take out the 5th place in this one and go through as the fastest 5th place over these 2 heats. St George Rowing Club down this side are moving their boat quite nicely, but I think from a camera shot I got a moment ago, the NSW crew on the far side of the course in that M-Packer are holding down 1st place. And they do look to have, I'd think, about a length's lead in this one. Glebe and ANU are keeping each other honest. ANU are probably the cleaner of the crews, but I think Glebe have got a little bit of an advantage here. And it looks as though it might be ADF who are going to be 5th place here and hoping that they get across the line in that 5th position. It will be, though, the far side of the course. University of New South Wales have taken the win. They'll go through, as will St George Rowing Club, Glebe Rowing Club in 3rd, and ANU in 4th position. They're your qualifiers, and it will be the ADF crew in lane number 5 that will have to wait with bated breath to see whether they go through to the final. Glebe Rowing Club in lane number 8 miss out, fought right to the line but just came up a little short, and the Endeavour Rowing Club crew in the middle of the course coming down to the line now in their final few strokes to round out the field in the 1st division of the men's D-grade quad scull.
So we're just awaiting the start of race 14, men's D grade quad scull heat 2. Once again, a reminder that progression is first, second, third, fourth to the final, and the next fastest crew from the two heats. So all to play for in this one. There's only 6 crews in this, so it'll be fairly fast and furious, I would imagine, this men's D grade quad scull. In lane 3, we have Black Mountains, Dashel Weir and Felix Pentony, coach Stephen Mitchin and Damien Pentony. Lane 4, University of New South Wales, Eric New and Ali Yadzji. Edward Fang, Justin Nelson, coached by Justin Quigley, Emma Vay Cox and Chris Burns. In lane 5, University of New South Wales, Lachlan Savage, Jake Palandry, Fraser Wilson and Nityam Bansal, coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. In lane 6, Glebe Rowing Clubs, Hank Everchek, Parry Miltaris, James Wentworth and Ashton Hinksman. In lane 7, St George's, Alan Robertson, Cromwell Olivier, Christopher Jones, Eton Granger Ramos and coached by Jackie Peel. In lane 8, Lake Illawarra's Mark Partridge, Kevin Wall, Shane O'Connor and Sean Quigley, coached by Mark Partridge. And they are away and certainly off to a very good start. It does appear that that St George crew in lane 7, the Alan Robertson, Cromwell Olivia, Christopher Jones and Eton Grant Ramos crew has got away to a very good start, as has the Lake Illawarra crew. So we'll just, as we pan around, we're just following now from the umpire's launch. It looks like we're behind one of the Uni of New South Wales crews, and they certainly are very tight over on this side, and Black Mountain in lane 3. So those crews look to be very, very close together at the moment, and certainly up with the lead, and it does appear that the St George crew over in lane 7 is out there with them at the moment. So that's where the race is going to be on for these top four positions. It looks fairly clear at the moment with the crews from Glebe and Lake Illawarra just tailing out of the back of this fast bunch as we move down through the 500 metre mark. And it does appear now that the crew, the University of New South Wales, Lachlan Savage, Jake Palandry, Fraser Wilson, Nityam Bansal, have moved out to quite a reasonable lead over their other crew from University of New South Wales, the Black Mountain crew and the St George crew. The St George crew being largely masters rowers. Certainly Eton Granger Ramos has also just been selected to row in the quad for the New South Wales State Masters squad. But it is coming down to the 300 odd metres to go, and the St George crew really have wound it up here. This is a very polished crew. It does appear there's been a bit of a shipwreck there in the University of New South Wales crew, which certainly has pushed them behind their the second of the New South Wales Uni of New South Wales crews. Now getting it back together again, but that certainly didn't help their cause at all. The Black Mountain crew over in lane 3 are also got a bit of momentum now, and are certainly winding it up as they come down towards the line, and they look to be holding down second place now. It was a very costly mistake in that University of New South Wales crew. We'll get them across the line in 4th place, so they haven't lost everything, but looking very polished over here in lane 7. The St George crew coming down to the line, just holding that slight advantage over the Black Mountain crew as we come into the last 50 metres, and it will be the St George crew over here in lane 7 will take 1st place, followed by Black Mountain. It will be University of New South Wales coming through in 3rd place in lane 4, and in lane 5 University of New South Wales coming through in 4th place. So they were lucky to get away with that mistake. It now is the Lake Illawarra crew coming down to the line. They will take out 5th place, followed by the Glebe Rowing Club in lane 6 to close out the field. So we're just doing a bit of rough calculations here and think that ADF might, having finished 5th in the previous race, may well have just scraped through based on time, but the time between the two heats only literally 10 100ths of a second difference between the two heats. So it's going to be a cracker of a final in that one, Conrad.
It certainly will, Rob, and that's something that I've noticed. I've been coming down. I've been at a lot of these Edward Trickett regattas over the years, and I find that the grade racing, but in particular at the Edward Trickett regatta, you get some fantastic races. We had a race earlier that had 3 photos in it, and not an uncommon thing to see at all. Really, really tight racing and exciting racing.
Yeah, well, that's certainly what we'd hope for as we get down to the championship regatta at the end of this, as they've had their regattas throughout the year to establish what grade they will go finish up the end of the year, and certainly end up here at the championship.
We're going to move our way to the long track now, and we've got the first of the races from the 2,000 metre start. They're in the fingers up at the start line now, and the men's B grade single. The first 4 progress to the final, and once again, it's the fastest. 5th place will progress as well. This is once upon a time a race I'd have found myself in, and somewhat competitive every now and then, but yeah, I'll trail out the back of a D grade single these days. This one, the first heat, we've got UTS, Mitchell Caponis, coached by Tim McLaren, out of lane number 1. Lane number 2, Macquarie Uni's Joel Bradford. University of New South Wales is ever present. They've got lane number 3, it's Nathan Helms, coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. Lane number 4, Sydney Rowing Club's Tom Chanter, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. Leichhardt Rowing Club's Peter Simkovich, coached by Isaac Shepherd, and also Leichhardt Rowing Club's Luca Wilson, also coached by Isaac Shepherd. Their lanes 5 and 6. Lane 7's ANU, Finn Penny, coached by Dion Grant and Nick Hunter. Another Leichhardt sculler, also coached by Isaac Shepherd. Dylan Lee is the sculler. He's in lane number 8. And Edward Kelly, coached by Tim McLaren from UTS. This is the men's A and B single scull, but we didn't have any A grade entries, I don't believe. Oh no, we do have 1 A grade entry, my apologies. That's Mitchell Caponis on the far side of the course. He is an A grade classified sculler, and he's entered A grade. All of the other scullers, they do range, their actual grade scores range all the way from D grade scullers up to the B grade classification, but they are all entered in the B grade event. Or the B grade category, sorry. I believe this may be a combined event. They're still sitting in the fingers. We're a bit ahead of start time, so the sculler's just sitting, waiting, possibly somewhat nervously on the start line. You will see we do have a scratching in there. Lane number 3, Nathan Helms, has withdrawn from this one. And obviously being a longer course, this one will take about 7.5 minutes, so a bit longer to get down the course, a bit longer to establish yourself within the race. And while it is early stages of this race, we do have a start. relatively even across the field, not too many crews dropping back or standing out just yet. But over the longer course and in these higher grades, these scullers will tend to be the slightly more experienced rowers, a few years of racing under their belts and experience over the longer distances. And I've seen there's been a bit of a progression as in the high-end competition over the last probably decade, where it really is just turning into kind of a 2,000 metre drag race. There's not a lot of settle into your rhythm and find your middle pace. It's really high rating and push on as hard as you can. And often the crew that gets out fastest and is able to establish themselves early is just the crew that's able to hold on and manage their pace. So if that is the case, as we come through the first 500 metres, it looks as though it's the Leichhardt sculler down this side of the course. I believe that's Dylan Lee, and a sculler a few lanes over. Didn't quite catch him. I think it might be another one of the Leichhardt scullers, or possibly Tom Chanter from Sydney Rowing Club, who have gone through with about a length's advantage over a gaggle of scullers in between them, who are all still right in the mix there. And it's taken a while to sort themselves out. It looks as though it might be the crew on the far side of the course, Macquarie Uni's Joel Bradford, or crew sculler on the far side of the course. I think that was Macquarie Uni's Joel Bradford. He might have dropped a couple of lengths back just in the early stages, but he's got plenty of time yet to work his way back into the race. Scullers have all different characteristics, and some get the boat up and moving nice and quickly, and others take a bit of time to get it going, but once they get it going, you can't stop them. And so it may just be a couple of different tactics from crews out there.
Just a reminder, in the middle of this race, can we please return our bow numbers? We're running very short on bow numbers, so if you haven't returned your bow number, can you make sure you do? And at the end of your race, if you can try to get it back as soon as possible after the end of each race.
So they've just come through the 1,000 metre mark, and it's lane 8. Dylan Lee from Leichhardt Rowing Club. He's leading Peter Simkovich, also from Leichhardt Rowing Club, and a length back to Sydney Rowing Club's Tom Chanter in the middle of the course. They're your first three. The crew's starting to spread out a bit, but still all mostly within touch in this one, and still plenty of time for this race to turn on its head. The ANU sculler you can see on the right-hand side of your screen there. He's probably just got the rating a bit low for what he might like, but he's certainly got the rhythm going, and the boat's moving quite nicely. He's still well within the mix of this race, but he'll probably want to move the rating up a few points over the latter stages of this one to get himself really right back into the mix for progression here. It's certainly the Leichhardt sculler down this side, Dylan Lee, who's moving his boat quite well. It looks as though we don't have either of the UTS scullers on either side of the course. So the extremities would be the lane number 2, Joel Bradford from Macquarie University on the far side of the course, and Leichhardt down this side. He's our race leader, Dylan Lee. 3 charges in this race coached by Isaac Shepherd. Isaac's another one that's come from up the Hunter Valley, previously of Hunter Valley Grammar School. Moved down to Sydney and now doing a stellar job coaching the Leichhardt Rowing Club. Several of their rowers showing their wares in this race, holding down a couple of the qualification positions here in the men's B grade single scull. Looks as though it's probably going to be Finn Penny who's holding down the 4th of the qualification positions. Very, very even on the far side. It looks like Tim Chanter seems to have moved his way up, and if not, maybe through on Peter Simkovich in the middle of the course. 500 metres to go, and it's actually levelled right out. I think these three gents out in front have realised that it's 4 through to the final, and they're in the top 3 positions with a bit of a gap back. Looks as though it's Leichhardt, my apologies, who's holding down 4th. So Luca Wilson, he's in the 4th and final automatic qualification position. He's got a length and a bit's advantage back to Finn Penny from ANU, who is really going to have to lift that rating if he does want to make it through in one of those automatic qualification spots. Now, 3 gents out in front, though, trying to save their energy for the final. Finals here are normally a pretty quick turnaround of around the hour, so they could have a requirement to save as much energy as they can, and when they get back on the bank, replenish those energy stocks as quickly as possible so that they're able to put their best foot forward in the final. And you can see here that 5 into 4 won't go, so 4 of these gents will go through, and it does look as though this is kind of flattening back out with all 5 crews coming back together as these scullers out in front just knock it back a couple of notches, but I don't think they'll play too many games. They won't knock themselves back into the clutch of the crews coming behind. It does look as though ANU's got his boat moving though, and he is putting the pressure on for that final qualification position. Finn Penny's got that rate back up, and I think he's moving back in on Luca Wilson from Leichhardt Rowing Club. Still got a bit of work to do, I think. I think Luca's still holding down 4th, and he has indeed responded. He's got the rate back up as well. But as these 2 gents move, and they are coming back on the crews in front of them, who might have done a bit of hard work up the top and might actually be a bit short on the energy over these closing stages. But just as I say that, Dylan Lee, who was our early race leader, has just switched it back on, and he's turned the rate back up. He's moved through his stablemate on the far side of the course, Peter Simkovic, and he's definitely going to take second. He's moved himself away for that fight. It is still very tight for the 4th position here. And I think Leichhardt's just switched off, and he's just realised that's Luca Wilson. He's picked it back up, and it's certainly going to be very tight on the line. That's extremely close. I don't want to call it, and we'll leave that one to the judges there as to who got across there. It's gone to the photo for that final automatic qualification position. But certainly very, very tight, and Luca Wilson came home over those last 20 metres trying to make up a little bit of a gap he'd just left. And we'll have to wait for the photo to see who takes that automatic qualification position.
Yeah, what a close race that was for that last position. Just goes to show, Conrad, you don't want to switch off thinking you've got it in the bag, because that could prove to be very costly. But it does look like the Leichhardt crew might have just scraped through, but we'll just wait for that photo result. And we move on to race 16, the second heat of the men's B grade single scull. Once again, that progression of first 4 through to the final and the next fastest crew. We have lane 2, Leichhardt 5, William Spew, coached by Isaac Shepherd. Lane 3, UTS's Robert Olivier, coached by Tim McLaren. Lane 4, Leichhardt 3, Carter Clifton, coached by Isaac Shepherd. Lane 5, Leichhardt 6, Remy Wilson, coached by Isaac Shepherd. Lane 6, Sydney Rowing Club's Jack Clements, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. Lane 7, Nepean Rowing Club's Ezekiel Spratt, coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold and Angus George. Lane 8, Sydney Rowing Club's Harry O'Donnell, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. And Lane 9, UTS's Charles Brand, coached by Tim McLaren. And at this point in the race, it does look like Robert Olivier over in lane 3 is out with a bit of a lead over. It's very tight, but it appears to be the Nepean, Sydney and one of the Leichhardt scullers with the UTS sculler who have stepped away a little bit from the rest of the field. But it is really close there at the moment. Certainly Leichhardt number 5 is over in lane 2 is certainly right in the mix. But as you come across the line there, it does appear to be the Nepean sculler over in lane 7 who went through that 1500 metre mark with a advantage over the chasing pack, and it looks like now he's stepped out to a bit of a lead, the Ezekiel Pratt over here in lane 7, and has put a bit of advantage over the chasing pack. Certainly a lot of work going in Robert Olivier over in lane 2, the Leichhardt sculler beside him, Carter Clifton
and then Jack Clements from Sydney Rowing Club, and they do look to hold out at the moment, those first 4 positions. Nothing in it though, moving back to the Leichhardt in lane 2 and lane 5, and right over here the UTS sculler Charles Brand in lane 9, certainly vying for that 5th position. But at the moment it does look fairly safe for these top 3. Certainly a bit of work to do from Jack Clements, who is looks of the rating right down. Probably thinks he's got enough in it, but I'm not sure if he's seeing what's happening over in lane 2 or over on this side in the UTS sculler Charles Brand. Certainly they're going to push all the way to the line. It does look like though that the going for the win will be Ezekiel Spratt in lane 7, and holds that a little bit of an advantage over UTS's Robert Olivier as they come into the last 100 metres. So it's looking very comfortable, these top 3 scullers. A bit of work having to be put in now by Carter Clifton as he notices his compatriot in lane 2 coming home very strongly, and he has now moved up and past the Sydney Rowing Club's Jack Clements, and is now moved into 4th place, and the ever so important place, but doesn't seem to be a lot of urgency from Jack Clements though, and doesn't seem to be responding to that challenge over in lane 2, but it will be the UTS's Robert Olivier going across in 1st place, followed by Nepean's Ezekiel Pratt, then Carl Clifton, followed by Wilton Spews, and then Jack Clements. Coming across the line now, UTS's Charles Brand, Remy Wilson from Leichhardt, and Harry O'Donnell now just cruising down to the line to round out the field.
Nice. I think you will see up on your screens there, or it might have flashed up a little earlier, that from the first heat it was the Leichhardt sculler Luca Wilson who did get the better of Finn Penny in the fight for 4th place there, but it was by 0.02 of a second. And I think, again, just with back of the envelope calculations, that was a very, very important 0.02 of a second, because I think the second heat there, was the faster of those 2 races, and I think it will probably be the Sydney sculler Jack Clements who might just scrape his way through as the fastest 5th place there. So Finn Penny unlucky to miss out on 2 fronts there, I have a feeling. We have another para-single scull on the course now. This one is the 2,000 metre race. So we've already had one from the 1,000 metre mark, and we've had one from the 500 metre mark for the ladies. This one is over the full distance 2,000, and out of lane number 4 we've got Toowong Rowing Club's Katrina Reynolds. Lane number 5, University of New South Wales Georgina Browning, coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns, and lane number 6, Community Rowing Club's Bronte Marshall, coached by Barbara Amjan, Liam James and Robin Smith. Bronte fresh back from a trip to Tasmania and races at the National Championships. The shots we've got here as they come down, they're coming down and they've got about 800 metres left to travel at the minute. It looks as though it's Georgina Browning in the middle of the course who has a bit of an advantage, but considering that these 3 ladies have already travelled about 1,200 metres, you could kind of throw a blanket over them really. There's not much in it at all, only a couple of lengths really. So absolutely all three scullers are still here with a chance of taking this race out. Looks as though the Toowong sculler, Katrina Reynolds, on the far side of the course is possibly moving up now. She could in fact have taken the lead here, coming down, and she has as we just come past this camera shot. No, sorry, I've got my angles completely wrong. So it's still quite tight, and I think it will still be Georgina Browning in the lead, but it's still very, very tight. Bronte Marshall's fallen off the back of Fraction, but even then I'm only talking a length and a little bit. So absolutely all three scullers are still within this. It's certainly tightening up on the far side of the course, though, as they come through 1500. It is Georgina Browning, but you haven't seen a smaller margin. It was very, very close there. Katrina Reynolds on the far side of the course has made a move over that last 500 metres, sorry, and is absolutely dead level going through the 1500 metre. Katrina, New South Wales based for a long time and has been at a few clubs through Sydney and the Hunter Valley, and now rowing for Toowong Rowing Club. A Queensland or Brisbane based rowing club. Always do well at regattas they head to Toowong. And it looks as though she might have pushed her way through here and may have about a half canvas, half a boat length lead here at the minute. And we'll see if she's able to consolidate that as this race moves into the final sprint. You can almost guarantee that as the crews come through the final 250, they are emptying the tank. And they're coming down to that point now. Still very, very level. And any one of these three scullers is still in with a chance. This is still quite a tight race. I do think it is the Toowong sculler on the far side of the course, Katrina Reynolds, who does have the advantage. I think Bronte Marshall might have moved up a bit from the last camera shot we had further up the course. She looks as though she's still in touch and still fighting. She's got the rate up and moving that boat along quite nicely on this side of the course in the Blue Zoot Suitor Community Rowing Club. I think she's probably got a bit too much work to do to get back on level terms for the win. It's going to be fought out, I think, between Georgina Browning in the middle of the course for University of New South Wales and Katrina Reynolds, who looks as though she's still pushing her way, and she might be able to have enough here to hold on. They're into the red buoys, less than 100 metres left to travel. Katrina Reynolds just has a couple of glances across and make sure she knows where her competitors are. And she does. She's still got one boat length's lead with only 4 or 5 more strokes left to cover, and it'll be Katrina Reynolds who comes down and takes the win in the 2,000 metre women's para single scull ahead of University of New South Wales' Georgina Browning, who is absolutely exhausted after that and not very far behind at all. It is Community Rowing Club's Bronte Marshall in 3rd place.
And we're moving right on to race 18, the women's C-grade coxless pair. Heat 1, first progression is 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th to the final, and the next fastest crew. And in lane 3 we have Susan Huggett and Em Barrack, coached by David Ross. In lane 4, ANU Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower, coached by Edward Bean. In lane 5, Nepean 1, Jessica Harris, Viti Young, coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold and Miles Harold. In lane 6, the Leichhardt 1's Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 7, Leighton Croy's Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald. And in lane 8, UTS's Monique Hunke and Jennifer Luff. And certainly a quality field, this one. And of course, this UTS crew, Monica Hunke and Jennifer Luff, both former Olympians. I think both rode in a couple of Olympics. Jennifer Luff in the 92 Barcelona double and in the 96 Atlanta in the 8, and Monica in the 2000 Olympics rode in the quad, and in 2004 in the 8, a very famous 8 race for Australia, that one. But coming down, it's very, very tight. All the action looks to be on this side of the course, with the Nepean, Leichhardt, Lake Macquarie, and UTS crews all faring very well at the moment. And of course, it's the first 4 through to the final. Does look to be that there could be a bit of a race on now between the ANU crew of Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower, and the UTS crew for that 4th position, but still not much in it at all as they come into the last 250, 300 metres. So we'll just wait as we to get a better idea as we come into the 250, and it does appear that the Nepean crew of Jessica Harris and Vicky Young holding a slight advantage, but not much in it. Lake Macquarie's Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald certainly looking to holding down first or second place, and of course they've just backed up from the double, which seems like only about half an hour ago. So certainly we'll be testing them this race because it's very, very tight. And it does appear that the race is between the Nepeans, Jessica Harris and Vicky Young, and Lake Macquarie's Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald as they come into the last 250 metres. There is a real race on for that fourth position. A lot of work to be done now by the UTS crew, and it does look like the ANU crew of Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower have actually improved their position. The Leichhardt crew of Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga right in there as they come down towards the line. So it is a very, very close race. The pressure's on, and the fields really have pushed very, very hard through the last 100, 300 metres, and it does look like the Leichhardt, the Nepean crew and the ANU crew are coming home the strongest, and they look like they're going to overtake the Lake Macquarie crew. So still a bit of work to do by Lake Macquarie to make sure that they stay in those positions, and they've just kicked it up again now, and it will be Lake Macquarie responding, and it does look like they will hold on. It's going to be very, very tight on the line and extremely tight. It looks like they might have got it over ANU, the Nepean crew, followed by Leichhardt, and it will be the UTS crew crossing across the line now, and followed by Leichhardt number 3.
I do love seeing a good pair race, and good to see. I am partial to the CDRA crews. Good to see Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald getting the win in that one and moving through to the final. They've been doing some training up there and racing up at some CDRA regattas, and good to see it's paying off. The second heat of this one is the second heat again, progression first four through to the final, and the next fastest crew across the two of the women's C-grade pairs. We've got on the far side of the course, lane number 3 is ANU's Caitlin Grant, Carly Netherway, coached by Edwin Bian. Lane number 4 is Leichhardt's Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchison. Lane number 5, Nepean Rowing Club's Ellie Taylor and Sophia Whitelaw, coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold and Miles Harold. Glebe Rowing Club, Heidi Lindahl, Belindy Rowe, and they're coached by Robin Mackney. ADF Rowing out of lane number 7, Julia Cronin and Holly Kilmartin. I believe they're backing up from the double as well. And University of New South Wales in lane number 8, Amy Watson and Lisa Matthews, coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. And they look like they're our leaders as we've come through halfway, and we've got about 350 metres left to travel. And the crews to their right will be needing to ramp it up to solidify their positions in that top 4 or work their way into, but it looks as though it's once again University of New South Wales who've done the hard work early and established themselves down this side of the course. They've got the lead. I would say that it's Glebe Rowing Club's Heidi Lindahl and Belindy Rowe in second position, and the crew in between those two, ADF, Julia Cronin and Holly Kilmartin, they'd be third, and then the fourth and the important fourth position would be the Nepean Rowing Club crew. There looks to be a bit of a gap back to the two crews on the far side of the course, ANU and Leichhardt, who would be fighting to try to be that fastest 5th position. But the interest in this one seems to be, and the 4 qualifiers are the 4 crews that you see on this side of the course closest to the grandstand. Relatively spread out, so there's probably not going to be too much movement in their positions. If anything, it might be between our 2 leaders. But with all 4 crews relatively safe in their current positions, I would say it's going to be business as usual for these guys over the last 150 or so metres. As I say that though, the Nepean crew do look like they've ramped it up a bit, and I think they might be moving back on the ADF crew. It shouldn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things though, all 4 crews comfortably going to go through to the final as long as they cross the line. And the rate looks rather comfortable down here from UNSW as they come down with only a couple of strokes left, and they will cross the line and take out the second heat of the women's C-grade coxless pair ahead of Glebe Rowing Club Nepean Rowing Club indeed have moved their way through in the final 150 or so metres. They've moved through ADF. They'll take third and ADF will be fourth, but all four crews will qualify their way through to the final later today for the women's C grade pair. Fifth place will be Leichhardt Rowing Club, and rounding out the field, ANU.
And we're moving right into race 20, the men's C-grade single scull. Its progression is first through to the final. We have Macquarie University's Ben Horsley in lane 2. Lane 3 is Black Mountains, Oliver Manning. In lane 4, Leichhardt 3, Terry Bridges. Lane 5, Drummoyne's Nick Brown. In lane 6, Nepean's Aidan Hall. 7 is ADF Rowing's Ben Lim, and Mossman's Alexander Doige in lane 8. And as we're coming down to the wire, it is certainly the Black Mountain sculler holding a slight advantage over what looks to be over the Alexander Doige over on lane 8 and Terry Bridges in lane 4, coming into that last stretch of the race. All the work to do by Nick Brown here, who's just out of the finals place at the moment. But it does look like the Black Mountain sculler, Oliver Manning, holding a commanding lead. Got really good length there in that scull over on the other side. Terry Bridges has holding out that second position at the moment, but the race is on between Nick Brown and Alexander Doige, and it will go right down to the wire. And it will look like Alexander Doige will just sneak up into second position ahead of Terry Bridges, who was taking it fairly easy coming into the line. I'm not sure that was a wise move with only the first three to the final. And Nick Brown just looks like missing out on that final with a pace there, followed by the ADF sculler, Nepeans, and a little way back to Macquarie Uni.
The second of the men's C-grade single scull heats is on the start line now, and they've got a pretty good line, just a little bit more work to do before they head away. But from the far side of the course, we've got lane number 2, UTS, Matthew Robertson, coached by Tim McLaren. Newcastle Rowing Club, Brad Smith, out of lane number 3. UNSW, Anthony Boyle, coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns in lane number 4. Lane number 5, Christopher Gray from Leichhardt Rowing Club. Lane number 6, another Canberran, Black Mountain Rowing Club's Matthew Rickard, coached by Renee Domachance. Lane number 7, Glebe Rowing Club's Andy Wigan, and lane number 8, Newcastle Uni's Ryan Furness. And they're away, and I anticipate this one will be a rather quick race here. Ryan Furness has already qualified himself through quite comfortably for the men's D-grade single scull final later today. So he's got a quick turnaround, but shown himself to be quite the competitor already this morning. My clubmate, Newcastle Rowing Club's Brad Smith, can certainly move a boat. Head coach at Newcastle Grammar School as well, Brad Smith. And through the middle of the course, we know what University of New South Wales can do. They've been doing it all morning, so I think that there'll be certainly some competition there, as well as with UTS on the far side of the course. Anyone coached by Tim McLaren can also move a boat. So as the crew's coming down to complete, or come through the halfway mark in this, it looks as though it could be the sculler third out from this side, Black Mountain's Matthew Rickard, who might have a bit of an advantage, but nobody's really cleared out here just yet. I think it's quite a level field out there, and across the field I reckon there's probably only 3 boat lengths covering all of the scullers. But it looks as though the far side of the course and Matthew Rickard have got a bit of a jump. They've got a length in a bit's clear water, but then certainly between the next 5, there's still all to play for that third and final qualification spot. But I think it's Matthew Robertson on the far side of the course from UTS and Black Mountain Rowing Club's Matthew Rickard, who have pushed their way out, and they've got themselves a bit of clear water back to the rest of the field. So they are at the minute relatively safe, but there's still plenty going on behind them, trying to move their way into the final qualification spot. 1, 2 and 3 to the final here. The pace in the first one, a 3:46. That's pretty good for a heat, but I think there's probably a bit of pace that will come in the final, and that time will be a bit quicker come final time. Need to be a bit quicker come final time, so we'll see how this one progresses and what time this goes through in. Looks as though the three crews in between our first and second scullers are probably the more likely to progress in that third and final spot. Looks as though it's probably going to be Leichhardt or UNSW at this stage, fighting it out for third position. And I'd probably give the advantage just at the minute to Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane number 5. That's Christopher Gray. But as I say that, I might have put the mocker on him. He's just had a bit of a bunk stroke and he's lost a bit of boat speed. That's allowed Anthony Ball from UNSW to come up alongside him, and that's absolutely going to be hammer and tong over the last 120 metres. Brad Smith hasn't gone away either, and Brad Smith certainly knows how to rate over the back end of a course. So keep your eye on Newcastle Rowing Club, but I think he's got a bit too much work to do with not enough track. University of New South Wales has just lifted the rate, and I reckon they've got their bow ball in front in the fight for third place. UTS is out in front. That's Matthew Robertson. He's not going to have any problems. Neither will Matthew Rickard, coached by Renee Domachance from Black Mountain. The fight for third place is going to go right to the line, but it is going to end up being Anthony Ball from UNSW, who crosses the line just half a length in front of Christopher Gray from Leichhardt Rowing Club, and he'll go through. Anthony Ball to the final. Christopher Gray will just miss out and may just rue that little bad stroke he had with 100 metres left to travel. Brad Smith in 5th from Newcastle Rowing Club, Andy Wigan from Glebe, and then rounding out the field will be Newcastle University's Ryan Finesse.
And we're coming up to race 22, which is heat 3 of the men's C grade single scull. And as we've just seen, and those of us who have been out there, for me in younger days, as a C grade rower, it is tough competition. So we expect to see the final will be a very exciting time. In this race coming up, it's a race 22. Over on the far side in lane 3 from Black Mountain, we have Dashel Weir, coached by Renee Domachance. In lane 4 from ANU, Tom Carlisle, coached by Dern Grant and Nick Hunter. Lane 5 from Glebe, Ben Nagapa, coached by Robin Mackney. Lane 6 from Community, Christopher James, coached by Liam James. And in lane 7 from ANU, William Cusack, coached by Dern Grant and Nick Hunter. And I'd say the interesting thing we're seeing in these this racing is we have a few of us masters out here using the opportunity to practice for the upcoming Masters season, as we've just seen with Brad Smith, for example, who used to quite happily go out there and win races as a C grader, but he's now... he won't like me sharing this too much, but in Masters we all know everybody else's age. He's now a Masters D. So it makes pretty interesting competition when you get out there and you're up against university students and you're older. But the race is now roaring down the course. Unfortunately today we don't have split timing. So in the future, if you're coming out or thinking of coming out, or if your friends would like to watch what's going on, we need volunteers. It's volunteers that keeps these regattas running. And unfortunately, we don't have enough volunteers to man the timing huts today. So as they're coming into view, just looking down the course, I can see it does look pretty close right across the field. I would suggest that the man out in the middle, Ben Nagapa, possibly has a slight lead over Tom Carlisle on the far side. We'll get a better picture. They're coming up to the 500 metre mark in about 100 metres or so. And once we get the camera that's sitting on the 500 metre hut to pass through. So actually now we're getting some better footage, and yeah, we can see Ben Nagapa out in the middle there, and just to the side of him, Christopher James from Community is giving him a pretty good push, but over on the far side there in lane 3, Dashel Ware from Black Mountain is pushing hard. I'd suggest that at the moment it is Ben Nagapa and Christopher James. We just have a technician here, hopefully switching on the speakers for the boat park. So if you're suddenly out there and you suddenly hear us, this is what's happened, is the sound system hasn't been on as they came through. And I just was looking around and missed it. We do have, no. Yeah, so Ben Nagapa has the lead. But he's in pretty hot pursuit by Christopher James from Community, and closest to us as well, William Cusack from ANU looks to have made up time. It's still very close. It could be anyone's. It's the first 3 through to the final, so I would suggest that the ones that are going to miss out are Tom Carlisle from ANU over there, second in from the far side. And closest to us, the battle's going to be on for that 3rd position to get through to the final. Will it be over on the far side, Dashel Ware, or closer to us, William Cusack? So Ben Nagapa is holding on to his lead as he comes into the final 250 metres. He's been pushed pretty hard now by Christopher James from Community. Ben looks to actually be starting to drop off. Over on the far side, Dashel Ware has also started to put the power on and do a bit of a surge, and it is now Community's Christopher James who is pushed through. He looks to be almost a bit boat length over Ben Nagapa, but remember this is a heat, but it is C grade. They're all pushing hard. Look at William Cusack over on this side here as well. They all want to be in the mix. Will Ben be able to hold on to get through to the final? Could work. It's going to be very close finish here. But it will be, at the moment, Christopher James from Community Rowing Club. He's going to be followed across by William Cusack from ANU. Ben realises he's through to the final, so Ben Nagapa from Glebe will cross over in 3rd position. So those 3 will be first through to the final. That'll be rounded out by Dashel Ware from Black Mountain and followed through by Tom Carlisle from ANU. The winning time there, 3:49.96. And we now have the heat 1 of the women's D-grade double scull has just started. And it's a full house over on the far side in lane 2 from St George, Joanne Ward and Christine McCready. Lane 3 from Leichhardt, Kristen Moss and Heidi Parks. Lane 4 from Askham, Jess Rebillard and Jess Brown. Lane 5 from ANU, Emma Gulbin and Jacinta Essam. Lane 6 from Nepean, Sarah Morfitt and Zoe McLeod. Lane 7 from Glebe, India Lloyd and Charlotte Rogers. Lane 8 from Lake Macquarie, Louise Termine and Marie Brown. And Lane 9 from the University of New South Wales, Alana Pinder and Helen Frith. There are 3 heats in this women's D-grade double scull, so it'll be the first 3 through to the final. So we expect to see some pretty good racing out there. Just looking down the course, it does look to me to be Glebe's India Lloyd and Charlotte Rogers have taken the lead and then across to Askim's Jess Rebillard and Jess Brown, and then over on the far side, Joanne Ward and Christine McCready. Christine McCready is a Masters, whereas the others are juniors, up and coming. The Askim girls, I presume, I don't know what year they are, but certainly the Glebe crew is one of our juniors, India Lloyd, and Charlotte Rogers, who's a uni student. So the young and the old all mixed in together, Conrad.
They are indeed, and as we've seen right in the middle of that, we've got the university students, as you mentioned. You've got some of the Glebe scholars from university, but they're up against a relatively tough fight down this side of the course, with once again UNSW putting in a good showing. They're in the mix here for this one. But
so as they came through, it was, India Lloyd and Charlotte Rogers, in the lead, and they were followed through by Jess Rebillard and Jess Brown from Askim. We missed the others. As I said, unfortunately, we don't have timers in the 500 metre hut, so it's what we see as the video. They whiz past the video camera. But looking down on the course now, the battle is going to be for the coveted third position to get through to the final. We can see the Glebe girls, India Lloyd and Charlotte Rogers, do look to have a bit of a lead over the Askim girls over in lane 3. But over in lane 1, Joanne Ward and Christine McCready have put a push on to get ahead. And then closest to us in lane 9, Alana Pinder and Helen Frith from the University of New South Wales. So the battle is going to be on between, I think, the Askim girls and the University of New South Wales girls to take the third spot to get through to the final.
It's really a case of 4 into 3 doesn't go, isn't it, Mark? We've got 4 out there that have cleared out, but we're running out of time for one of these crews to assert their dominance on that third position.
And look at that, the Masters over there on the far side, Joanne Ward and Christine McCready, very comfortably pushing through over there in lane 2. But it is the Glebe girls, India Lloyd and Charlotte Rogers, who've managed to hold on to their lead all the way through the race. They're a good boat length ahead of Joanne Ward and Christine McCready over the far side, who are about half a boat length ahead of Jess Rebillard and Jess Brown from Askim. Then it's a couple of boat lengths back to the 4th position, University of New South Wales, Alana Pinder and Helen Frith. Coming in at 5th place will be lane 5, which makes it easier for those of us who struggle to think. Emma Goulburn and Jacinta Essam. They'll be followed across by Sarah Morfitt and Zoe McLeod from Nepean. Then Lake Macquarie's Louise Termine and Marie Brown, some more Masters. And over on the far side, Kristen Moss and Heidi Parks from Leichhardt. And the winning time there, Conrad, was 3:49.96.
I was just going to say, good to see some very close racing right down the field there, and they may have been out of the qualification positions, but that 5th, 6th, 7th battle was all very close through there as well. And the second of those women's D-grade double scull heats is lining up on the start line at the minute. And they have a relatively good line. They'll be away momentarily. On the far side of the course, we've got lane number 2, University of New South Wales, Alana Hamilton and Elise Courtney, coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. Lane number 3, Ashcombe number 3, Camilla Burke, Amelia McGuinness, coached by Lillian Slatter. Lane number 4, another Lake Macquarie crew, that's Nerida Clinton and Anne Campbell. Lane number 5, UTS, Megan Chung and Emily Vaughan Brooks. Lane number 6, Leichhardt number 3, Olive Jacks, Sonia Johns, they're coached by Isaac Shepherd. Lane number 7, Shoalhaven Rowing Club's Mila Martin, Megan Smith, coached by Catherine McKeever and David Eddington. Endeavour Rowing Clubs in lane number 8, that's Lizelle Rousseau and Chris Brennan, coached by Peter Bond. And Ashcombe number 4 is in lane number 9, Amelia Butler, Isabel Rizzavi, coached by Philip O'Brien. And the crews are away. It looks as though we've got a good start from the UTS crew in the middle of the course, as well as the Endeavour crew on this side of the course. They seem to have moved away quite nicely over the first 200 metres. And once again, a bit early to tell too much more movement. We've got a good shot on the chase boat behind at the minute that's showing the near side of the course, showing that Endeavour crew and the Endeavour crew and the UTS crew have moved out a fraction. And they're doing quite nicely at the minute. As that camera pans our way across, we can see the rest of the course, and it looks as though they may well be our two leaders, the two crews on the far side of the course. I think that's the University of New South Wales and Ashcombe. They seem to be up in the mix as well. And I would say that those four crews are possibly our four, but we'll see just how good my eyesight is as they come through the halfway mark and we get a square on shot. It does certainly look as though it is the crew in the middle of the course, the UTS crew of Megan Chung and Emily Vaughan Brooks, that's leading this one at the minute. They've cleared out over the first half of this course, and they'll hope to be able to hold that for the second half. They do indeed. They've got about 3/4 of a length's advantage over the far side of the course, UNSW, another length back to a very, very tight battle. And at the moment, coming through halfway, it's just Ashcombe Rowing Club on the far side of the course, and then back to Endeavour Rowing Club. Those four crews are the crews that are most likely at the minute to be going through to the final, but it's again a case of 4 into 3 doesn't go. There's about a length and a half back to the 5th place crew. So they've got a bit of a gap behind them, but one of those two crews, Mark, in the 3rd and 4th positions, the Ashcombe crew and the Endeavour crew, somebody's going to have to establish themselves and move out to try to solidify their place going through to the final.
Yeah, absolutely. As they coming more into view now, they're probably about 350 metres out. So out in the middle there, we can clearly see the UTS crew has a fairly comfortable lead over the University of New South Wales crew. Is it over on the far side? Then closer to us, the Endeavour crew in lane 8, Liesl Rissau and Chris Brennan. But out in the middle there, the UTS crew of Megan Chung and Emily Vaughan Brooks, looking very comfortable. They're in the last 250 metres now. Over on the far side, holding their own, is the University of New South Wales, Alana Hamilton and Elise Courtney. And then the Ashcombe girls are putting on a bit of a push here as they probably looked across and seen the Endeavour ladies, who I suspect are possibly masters. So we got the schoolgirls going hard against the masters, and I think the Ashcombe girls have managed to push themselves away from the Endeavour crew closer to us. So will they hold it together? They're looking across now just to make sure where they are. We're seeing the Endeavour ladies give it an extra push. They're only about 4 or 5 strokes out from the finish line. So UTS, Megan Chung and Emily Vaughan Brooks, followed across by University of New South Wales, Alana Hamilton and Elise Courtney. The 3rd place is the Ashcombe girls of Camilla Burke and Amelia McGuinness, and then the Endeavour crew, Liesl Rousseau and Chris Bennon, have put on a fantastic performance there. They're followed across by Shoalhaven's Myla Martin and Megan Smith. Further out in the middle there from Lake Macquarie, Nerida Clinton and Anne Campbell, and closer to us the Ashcombe crew, Amelia Butler and Isabel Razavi, and it'll be rounded out by the Leichhardt girls, Olive Jacks and Sonia Johns, who have nearly got themselves in time just to cross over the finish line. So very exciting. We're coming up to the first final of the morning shortly. So, but we still have heat 3 of the women's D grade double scull to go. Again, the first 3 through to the final.
The third and final heat of the women's D grade double is just making their way down to the line now, and they'll be off in the next minute or so. Just the lane draw for that one. We do have one scratching, so that you will see that if you look up the course, there's a bit of a gap, 3 out from the far side of the course. Lane number 2, University of New South Wales, Annabelle Singh and Georgina Browning, coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. Lane number 3 is ANU's Darcy Warmerdam and Rebecca Hoffman, coached by Edwin Bien. We got a scratching from Askham in lane number 4, so that is the vacant lane. Drummoyne Rowing Club's in lane number 5, that's Poppy Stewart and Emma Malka, coached by Sarah Ellis. Lane number 6, St George Rowing Club's Nicole Ford and Marnie Bateman, they're coached by Jackie Peel. Lane number 7, Glebe Rowing Club and, Glebe Rowing Club, Anna Ward and Lucy Meek. And lane number 8, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Lisa Milleneux and Chanel Stokes, coached by David Ross. And we're away and racing. We've got the early shots of the Leichhardt crew there in lane number 8 from the fixed camera as it pans across. We've got Glebe Rowing Club as well. All crews seem to be away relatively well at the minute. We just have maybe a couple of steering difficulties on the far side of the course, but they've fixed them up now. And maybe I would suggest maybe the early running would go to the crew that, if you're looking up the course, is just on the left-hand side of the chase boat. That would be the St George crew, but as I said, very, very early days in this one.
Conrad, I keep getting messages from Steve Harrison, from the captain of St George, to give us a bit of a plug for how fabulous St George is doing. But so here you are, Steve. We see St George going very well in this race, but remember they're up against Glebe, so we expect to see our Glebe girls get through as well.
We've got no bias there, do we, Mark?
None whatsoever.
Or do you, sorry, I'll clarify that. I'll clarify that one. But certainly no, St George have put in a couple of good performances today, and the crew of Nicole Ford and Marnie Bateman out there with a coach like Jackie Peel, you'd expect they'd be doing okay. Jackie Peel's a very experienced rower, been around the scene here for a long time, and turning her hand to coaching here quite well as well.
So it's very close as they come down, Conrad. They just looking across, we'll see as they come past the 500 metre camera, it is very close there. We just looking, so lane 7, which is Glebe's Anna Ward and Lucy Meek, has come through first. Then over on the far side, it did look to be Union New South Wales, Annabelle Singh and Georgina Browning. Then I couldn't, it's all gone now, so we just have to wait until we can use our eyeballs to look down the course. But we can see now as they're coming up, they're probably about 400 metres out, Glebe's Anna Ward and Lucy Meek are holding their position. Over on the far side there, it looks like Annabelle Singh and Georgina Browning from the University of New South Wales have just taken up their rating. I think they can see the ANU girls, Darcy Warmerdam and Rebecca Hoffman, beside them. So those do look like they'll be the first 3 through to the final. There are only 6 boats in this race. Then it's a bit further back. We have St George, Drummoyne and the Leichhardt crew closest to us. So over on the far side there, the University of New South Wales and the ANU crews look to have been having a little battle amongst themselves. So they may well have overtaken the Glebe girls. The Glebe girls hopefully are playing strategically and know they don't need to do much to get themselves through to the final. So they're in about the last 150 metres now. And look over the far side there, Annabelle Singh and Georgina Browning think they might be in a finals race. They did a big push about 300, 400 metres out. And they've now taken the lead over the ANU crew beside them, Darcy Waterham and Rebecca Hoffman. Glebe's Anna Ward and Lucy Meek are only doing what they need to do to get through to the final, because they've got about 3 or 4 boat lengths ahead of the St George crew of Nicole Ford and Marnie Bateman. So yeah, that was ANU crossed the line in the to take the lead. They were followed through by the University of New South Wales, then Glebe, and in fourth position we have St George. They're followed across by Drummoyne's Poppy Stewart and Emma Malka, and then rounded out by Lisa Molyneux and Chanel Stokes. So we now have a break until the women's C grade quad, which will come down the course at 10:50. In the interim, please remember, return all bow numbers, and just keep in mind we're still very short of volunteers, so if you're not doing much, come over to the finish town, have a chat to Neem. She'll sort you out with a little job. Otherwise, we'll go quiet for a moment.
one more. Welcome back, everyone. We are about to start with our next section of racing. We're going to start with the women's C grade quad scull. Pretty full race in this one. In lane 1, we're going to have the crew from Nepean. In lane 2, there's going to be a crew from Leichhardt. Lane 3, UTS. Lane 4, ADF rowing. Lane 5, Glebe. Lane 6, University of New South Wales. Lane 7, another crew from UTS. Lane 8, Glebe, and Lane 9, Glebe. I'm joined today with Macca, and we're going to get us kick-started ASAP.
Thanks, Sarah. I guess now we're just waiting for the racing to take underway. Continuing on with some 1,000 metre races.
We've got a really exciting race coming up now. We've got 4 Olympians up in this race. Pretty crazy, isn't it, Macca?
Yeah, it's very exciting. Who have we got, Sarah?
Jen Luff, Bronnie Downey, Monique Heinke, all UTS members, all friends, but they're actually in different boats this time, so it'll be a really nice hustle to see who wins.
Wow, this is going to be exciting. Looks like the crews are still waiting to line up. Maybe some issues with the timing, but we're excited to see these guys come down the course.
So Macca, you've just been selected to trial for the under-23 team. How are you feeling about that?
Thank you, Sarah. Look, very excited. This will be my first under-23 trials that I've been to. I know that you've been to a couple. Sort of any tips that you can give me?
Oh, I haven't been to a couple. I've been to one, but you know, just take every day as it comes and never try and read what the selectors are doing. Always just try and just stay in your own lane, show up with a positive attitude, and just never try and read the selector's mind, because 9 times out of 10, you're going to be wrong.
Wow, thank you, Sarah. That's some good advice. I'm sure there'll be lots of young ears listening. Many that look up to you and admire you, Sarah.
Right. Okay, so we're back in the commentary position, and we have with us Sarah Fard, who's just come off a very successful Australian Championship. Sarah, how'd you go in that?
Oh, Rob, you asked me all the big questions. Yeah, I did really well. I actually achieved one of my biggest goals, and I did quite well in my single scull.
I think you did better than just quite well, and you might have come away with a win in the under-23 women's single scull.
Yes, so got that one under my belt, which I'm really proud of. I've spent a lot of time with my coach at UTS working really hard. He's out there somewhere, Sam Fennessy, and we've been chipping away at it every single morning and just following the process, and luckily got the result, so really happy with that.
Yeah, I don't think there was any luck in it, Sarah. I was there watching that race, and it was a fairly dominant performance. And I see now that you've been selected for the selection trials for the under-23s.
Yes, we got that that list yesterday. That was very exciting. Another opportunity to hopefully make another boat and go to, I think it's in Poland this year, which would be absolutely amazing. Last year we were in Canada. So I really want to have an experience at the ETC. Haven't had that experience yet, but we'll just see what happens. I'm just trying to keep training, stay on path, not get ahead of myself, and just have fun.
Yeah, well, you've done all the right things so far, so all the best in achieving those goals.
Oh, thank you.
And up in the commentary position, we also have Mackenzie Thompson, who's also had a very good nationals, but also better at rowing than he is getting the headset on, it would appear. So, Mackenzie, how was your nationals?
My nationals was loads of fun, I reckon. My first time racing down in Barrington. I wasn't there in 2021 when I was in school. But loads of fun. We had some good racing in our crew boats. We won the under-23 with some of my UTS club mates, which was very exciting. It was a narrow win, just getting in the last 500 metres. Unfortunately, we came second in the 23.8, couldn't quite get the sprint going. And then we had a fourth place in the under-23 pair as well, which is a good result.
Yeah, it sounds like a great regatta for you guys. It was certainly a big regatta. I think it was the biggest nationals entry list ever, from what I gather.
Yeah, I think so. So I think raw total number of entries, it was the biggest they've had, which was very exciting, and I think good for Tassie.
Yeah, and great to be racing at Barrington, and certainly one of the most picturesque courses there is. So had challenging conditions on a few days, but mostly pretty good.
Yeah, there was definitely some mornings where there was lots of headwinds. There were some long races. I think some of the under-17 schoolgirls had, I think, close to 11 minutes, but it's right, it turned around pretty well for us later in the week.
Just quickly going on to race 26, the women's C-grade quad scull final, and in lane 1 we have Nepeans, Elise Currell, Maya Edwards, Sophia Whitelaw, Ellie Taylor. In lane 2, Leichhardt 1, Susan Huggett, M. Barrack, Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Bourget. In lane 3 we have UTS's Bianca McKenzie, Matilda McConus, Monique Henke and Charlotte Olivier. Lane 4 is ADF Rowing's Rachel Cope, Judith Wiss, Holly Kilmartin and Julia Cronin. Lane 5 is Glebes, India Lloyd, Isabel Bugg, Emily Barrett, Chloe Hitchens. Lane 6, University of New South Wales, Helen Frith, Samantha Backler, Annabelle Singh, Annabelle Fuller. Lane 7's UTS is Jennifer Luff, Christine Phillips, Kirsty Edwards and Bronwyn Downey. Lane 8, Glebes, Zoe Leisha, Giselle Juza, Stella Lagan and Poppy Hartley, and another Glebe crew in lane 9, Julius Simon, Brianna Wade, Rachel McEwen, Julia Vikovskaya. So we're well underway now in this race, and it is a very tight race, as we'd expect to be. It was a very close, the heats were extremely close, and I think we had 3 heats with the first 4 with the first 3 from every heat in the final. So it's a full field here as we're coming down to the 250 metre mark, and it does appear that the crew in the middle of the field, which would be the Glebe crew, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Glebe crew looks to have a little bit of an advantage over the rest of the field at the moment. This will be the crew of India Lloyd, Isabel Bugg, Emily Barrett and Chloe Hitchens.
Yeah, the crew with UTS with Monique Heinke just seems not to have their bow up there. Monique's not going to like that. We spend a lot of mornings training with them at the moment, and she's quite a talent, and hopefully she can wind them to the line and get the young girls up there.
Yeah, certainly is, Sarah. There's a bit of a grudge match going on with those UTS crews, as there would be with the Glebe crews, I guess. But certainly the UTS crew over here in lane 7 is right up there. So Monique could be looking across and going, "No, I can't have any of this action."
Yes, and her fellow Olympian friends, Jen Love and Bronnie Downey, they will definitely be trying to beat her. Battle of the Olympians. Who's going to get it?
It certainly looks no trouble at all for this Glebe crew at the moment. Out in front, they'd have a length and a half's advantage over the rest of the field, but the UTS crew that we just spoke about coming home very quickly, as are the University of New South Wales crew just on their right-hand lane. The Glebe crew out here in lane 8 is also up there, and this is the fight for the battle for the medals is really on, but there's no troubling this Glebe crew as they look to be extending their lead as they come into the red buoys the last 100 metres, having a bit of a look. But pushing towards the line.
It looks like the UTS crew in lane 7 is just going to get there, just might get taken over by this other Glebe crew in lane 8. Will they hang on? Will they hang on? Jen Luff doing everything she can up there to hang on, but will it be enough? I don't know. I think it was lane 8.
I think you're right. So certainly the UTS influence in the commentary box, willing on the UTS competitors, but it was, I think, the glebe crew just getting over the top of the University of New South Wales and the glebe crew just getting over the top of them in the end.
All right, now we've got the race 27 lining up the men's C grade 8. In lane 3 from St George, we've got Dylan Grunzel, Matthew Giller, Cale Austin, Jake Cave, Tom Madison, Rory Cole, Kurt Armstrong, James Hunt, Jackie Peel and Cox, and Mark Featherstone as their coach. In lane 4 from Black Mountain, we've got Steve Mertzgen, Damien Pentony, Matthew Rickard, Oliver Manning, Henry Bridgewater, Jeff Howe, Stephen McGlynn, Ian Monaghan, and Avery Richard in the Cox seat. In lane 5 from Glebe, we've got Hugo Webster, Benjamin Wilcox, Andy Wigan, Tom Sperty, Henry Leaf, Andrew Perrich, Tony Rogers, Ben Nagappa, and Catherine Maxwell and Cox. In lane 6 from Leichhardt, we've got Marty Emery, Rob Gilmore, Alexander Kempson, Marcus Wilson, Thomas Newsom, Benjamin Farah, James Dupree, Charles Buscott, and Ruth Kelly and Cox. And in lane 7 from the University of New South Wales, we've got Archie Gillis, Advath Avad, Alexander Anderson, Will Sullick, Jago Lambert, Matthew McDougall, Daniel Morris, James McCready, and Emma Vake in the Cox seat.
And this race, of course, there was no heat for this race. It was very unusual for a men's C grade A. It's generally a very, very well contested event. Certainly a lot of experience in these crews as they come down here. But from our vantage point, it does look like the Leichhardt crew in lane 6 has a slight advantage over the rest of the field as we head towards that 250, the halfway mark. Certainly also in it are the Black Mountain and Glebe and University of New South Wales in lane 7. So very tight race there, McKenzie.
Yeah, it looks like that Leichhardt crew might just have just under half a boat length lead over the University of New South Wales crew at that halfway mark. Still got that Glebe crew lingering about, still holding overlap in the leaders, and we can see what they can do in the coming stages of the race.
Yeah, Mackenzie certainly looking fast and frantic out there, and Leichhardt now look to be extending their lead. They've kicked the rating up a point or two, and into the last 400, 300 odd metres, they're really pouring it on now. But the Uni of New South Wales crew going with them at the moment, and they look to have all the boat speed.
Yeah, it looks like there's a bit of a fight back coming from lane 7. University of New South Wales upping their rating as well following this Leichhardt crew. We'll see what happens in this last 250, but we could have a race on here.
Absolutely, coming into the 250 metre mark, and the Leichhardt crew just holding on, but the University of New South Wales crew pouring on the pressure as we come down to the last 250 metres. And it's going to be a race right to the line, not to be left out of it. The Glebe crew in lane 5 is also there, as well as the Black Mountain.
Yeah, it looks like we've got that Leichhardt crew maybe holding just a little advantage over that University of New South Wales crew, but they're putting everything into it. And then the race for third place is on as well between Black Mountain and Glebe.
It's going to go right to the wire, and here we go with the Leichhardt crew just putting on that last spurt as they come to the line. Uni of New South Wales kicking it again, and there won't be much in it at all as they come down towards the line. It will be the Leichhardt crew taking out the championship C grade 8 for New South Wales, followed by University of New South Wales. Oh, it's a absolute, looked like a dead heat. There will be a photo for third position with that Black Mountain crew coming up onto the Glebe crew right on the line. So we'll have to wait for the result there, but it was extremely tight. But certainly no doubt about the winner in second place. Leichhardt Rowing Club in first place, and University of New South Wales just about a length, or less than a length, about a third of a length behind them. That was a very good time also for a C grade 8. A 3:03 for a club 8 is a very good time, and certainly waiting for this results of the photo. We'll let you know as soon as it becomes available. So just a couple of reminders while we're waiting for the race. They're in the starter's hands at the moment, and that race is the Para Double Scull. We only have the one crew in that. So while we're waiting for the start of that race, just a reminder that the UV is high today, so ensure that you have your sunscreen on, adequate sun protection. It's very important. Even though it's cooling down and stuff, the UV doesn't go away, so make sure of that. And a reminder also that the policy for the Cirque course is helmets if you're riding your bike. So please don't think you're immune from those regulations. If you're riding your bike, put a helmet on.
Anyway, back to 2,000 metre racing. We have the Para Double Scull, and we have the one crew in this event, just from Community Rowing Club, and they're going to be in lane 5. The crew is Monique Muskins and Bronte Marshall. They are coached by Liam James and Robin Smith and Barbara Ramjan. It's going to be a great race, just them in the race, so they're guaranteed to get the win. So they're looking like they're about to start, so we'll get back to you when they're on the course. Just confirming that in the last race, the men's C Grade 8, the first place was the crew from Leichhardt, second place was the University of New South Wales, and third place was the crew from Glebe. And then we had the Black Mountain crew in fourth by 0.14. That's absolutely nothing. We're talking a bow ball and a bit, and the para boat is underway.
So as we notice, as this crew is now on their way, they're about 200 odd metres, 250 metres into this race. It is a row over, but it won't. They won't be backing off for this at all. This is certainly a racing for them is very important, and performing well is important. So I'm sure that they'll be pushing all the way to the line. Just a bit of explanation. This is PR3. That means legs, trunk, and body. Link, trunk, and arms. And that hence the para rowing 3. If we were PR2 is just trunk and arms, and PR1 is arms only. And we probably all know Eric Horry, the very famous Australian rower. He's PR1, and certainly, which is a segue to a great point. He did his fastest time that he's ever rowed in Barrington just in last week.
And didn't we hear all about it? We love Eric. He's always very big on the social media pages. I think he's one of Rowing Australia's best Instagrammers, second to Paige Barr. However, Eric Horry, he's a really great trainer, a great inspiration for a lot of para rowers, just to show that no matter what happens to you in life, you can still get out and make a difference. And he makes a difference so much further, Rob, than just rowing, to the community, to everyone around him. I had the pleasure of rowing with Eric for 4 months, and every morning he'd always manage to put a smile on my face. He's just that type of guy.
He most certainly is, and of course he started his rowing, I believe, in Penrith, and he was here for many years. He's only recently moved up to the Gold Coast. He's telling me, you know, with those, as he gets on in years, it's a much warmer place and a much nicer place to train. But certainly a few things with him at the moment. He's without a coach at the moment, so working on that, and he'll be here the week after next for the trials, the Australian team trials.
So if anyone's out there who'd like to coach Eric Horry, please send him a message. He'd love that. No, he's a great man and great person to coach. If anyone's out there, hit him up. He'd love it.
I think he'd love just the phone call, wouldn't he? The attention. But as we go, this crew now coming through the 750 metre mark and looking really good, rowing very nice length, and certainly a lot of experience, particularly with Bronte Marshall, has certainly done a lot of representation for Australia in para rowing, particularly in the IO space, and she is certainly very experienced, and Monique Muskins also looking some quite good form in this boat as they come down towards the 1,000 metre mark. And they're now well through the 1,000 metre mark, and still got the rate up and pushing down towards the line. We've got a little bit of a cross breeze at the moment, or a little bit of a taily cross breeze, so I don't think there'll be any complaints about that, Sarah.
No, absolutely not. We love conditions like this. It makes the boat move so much faster down the course, which is great. And they're also keeping a really nice lot of length. I think the crew is being stroked by Monique Muskins. She's doing a really great job of just setting that nice rhythm. The boat's staying really nice and straight, which is always very, very important, because hitting those buoys is not fun.
And now this crew's coming down towards the 500 metres to go, and certainly got the watchful eye of the umpire boat as they follow down into the last 500 metres, and still working pretty hard in this boat, and they will be out there wanting to improve on their time, probably chasing a PB, as we all do when we're out there rowing. So it's looking good and very much together as they come into the 500 through the 500 metre mark. And just a reminder, we don't have any intermediate timings today due to the lack of people in the timing hut. So we're just going. A lot of this is on camera angles and our vision up the course. As we come down to the last 250 metres, and they look like they've picked the rating up a bit. There's a bit of a it does look like Bronte is in the stroke seat, Sarah, but yeah, it was a bit hard to tell on the way down here, but certainly Bronte has that ability to get the rate right up. So Monique just hanging in there. Yeah, Monique hanging in there and certainly providing, it looks like she's a very strong bow person. So as they come down towards the last 100 metres, they're going, not letting the pedal off the metal at all.
Yeah, exactly right. They're looking fantastic. And you said Monique was in the bow seat. She's doing such a good job, speaking very positively to Bronte, I'm sure, encouraging her. And they're going to cross the line looking fantastic. They should be really proud of that performance.
And we have a start in the men's D grade single scull final. It's race 29 in lane one. In lane one, we have Lake Illawarra, Sean Quigley. In lane two, Glebes, Dylan Watson, coached by Robin Mackney. In lane three, University of New South Wales, Nathan Helms, coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. Lane four is Black Mountains, Felix Pentony. In lane 5, St George, Christopher Jones. Lane 6, Newcastle Uni 1, Ryan Furness. Lane 7, University of New South Wales, Edwin Fang, coached by Justin Quigley, Emma Vay Cox and Chris Burns. Lane 8 is Drummoyne Rowing Club's Nicholas Brown, coached by Sarah Ellis. And in lane 9, St George, Cromwell Olivia. And it does look like the University of New South Wales sculler in lane 3 and the sculler in lane 6, it would appear, or the other, lane 7, currently have an advantage over the
final. We've got, UTS in lane 1 with Robert Olivier and Oliver Taylor, coached by Tim McLaren. We've got a Leichhardt crew in lane 2 with Nico Calantio and Andrew Gu. In lane 3 with Macquarie Uni, we've got Joe Bradford and Ben Horsley. In lane 4 from ANU, we've got Flynn Penny and Tom Castle. In lane 5 from Leichhardt as well, we've got Peter Simkovic and Dylan Lee. In lane 6 from Leichhardt as well, we've got Carter Clifton and Remy Wilson. In lane 7 from the University of New South Wales, we've got Robbie Ireland and Anthony Ball. In lane 8 from Leichhardt as well, we've got William Spige and Luca Wilson. And in lane 9 from UTS, we've got Liam Taylor and Harry Birchmore. And it looks like they have just taken away their first couple strokes.
Yes, Macca, this is definitely going to be a really, really, really close race. I can tell you right now there'll be some definitely some egos at play, especially with those two UTS crews. The first one with Robert Oliver and Ollie Taylor. Ollie Taylor actually just recently won the gold medal in, I think it was the schoolboy year 10 first 8 for Riverview. He's had a great season. Hopefully he can get another win.
Yeah, it was the under-17 schoolboy 8 there down in Lake Barrington. Coached by the great Jack Hargraves, obviously giving some great insight and helping them move their crew. But if we look over to lane 9, we've got Liam Taylor and Harry Birchmore, who I think were 4th or 3rd place in the club men's double at Nationals. So a seasoned crew, and we can see what they can do. But it looks like they've taken maybe a lead in this first 500 metres of this race. Following up, leading out of lane 9, it looks like, but also that lane 1 crew of Robert Olivier and Ollie Taylor, maybe giving them a bit of challenge.
I wouldn't, though, knock out the Macquarie Uni or the Leichhardt crew in lane 6. I reckon they've got a sprint in them.
So it looks like moving through the 500, we've got those two UTS crews, Liam Taylor and Harry Birchmore in first place, Robert Olivier and Ollie Taylor in second, and then from 3rd place, was it Leichhardt in lane 5, I think Peter Sinkovich and Dylan Lee.
As we head towards the 1,000 metre mark, it still looks to be that UTS crew over in lane 9, is it lane 9? Of Liam Taylor and Harry Birchmore. Liam Taylor, a local. He was a member of Penrith Rowing Club, but has since made the change over to the Stripes and is now a big member of UTS Rowing Club. And there they go, looking good. And I think that crew is just going to overtake the UTS crew, and that is the crew from Leichhardt, which is Peter and Dylan Lee. They're coached by Isaac Shepherd, so I'm sure Isaac's on the side having a very enjoyable race.
Yeah, it looked like that Leichhardt crew in lane 5 has made a big push in that second 500 metres. They were narrowly getting that 3rd place the first 5, but then it looks like they put a couple lengths on and caught up for that 1,000 metre marker. All right, so now we're going to move to the medal presentation for race 29, the men's D-grade single scull. And we've got Ed Trickett's great-grandson giving the medals here, Lynn Lockery. So coming in for bronze medal, we have the Drummoyne rower, Nicholas Brown. In 2nd place from the University of New South Wales, we have Nathan Helms. And please congratulate from the Newcastle Uni, Ryan Furness on the win in the men's D-grade single scull. Please congratulate all these athletes from this race.
Alrighty, now putting our attention back to the men's B grade double scull, and I think they're just about to go through the 250 metres to go mark, and I think it's still that crew in lane 9, that's of Liam Taylor and Harry Birchmore. They're coached by Tim McLaren. So we'll see how they're going. I think they're well and truly in the lead. I think there's still that tussle for second place, Macca. I think that one was between the crew from UTS, Robert Oliver and Ollie Taylor, and the Leichhardt 1 crew of Peter and Dylan. What do you think?
Yeah, look, it's too tough to call from this angle. Both of them lifting their rating, definitely, taking a couple looks over at each other. I do think it will be that UTS crew from lane 9, that seasoned club double down from Tasmania. But it looked like the race could be on for that silver medal. They do have a bit of a gap between them, so lots of heads looking, but it looks like that Leichhardt crew in lane 5 really lifting their rating. We can see if they can take an advantage over this other UTS crew.
Yeah, you can see Ollie Taylor in the bow seat of that UTS boat. He's giving everything like it's his national final all over again. But I think they may have just done enough, and we'll see right here, lane 9, about to take the win in the men's B grade double scull. Liam Taylor and Harry Birchmore, very happy that race is done.
Yeah, so now coming to second place, looks like that UTS crew in lane 1 is putting the pressure back on. They've gained a little bit of a margin over that other Leichhardt crew, and they'll take it by a canvas. What an exciting race. So first place was the UTS crew in lane 9, Liam Taylor, Harry Birchmore. Second place, Robert Olivier in lane 1, and Ollie Taylor. And third place, Leichhardt in lane 5, Peter Simkovich and Dylan Lee. And then here we go, coming for fourth place, Leichhardt from lane 6, Carter Clifton and Remy Wilson. And there we, for fifth place, it looks like it'll be the University of New South Wales crew, Robbie Ireland and Anthony Ball, followed by that other Leichhardt crew, William Spidger and Luca Wilson. Here we have the ANU crew finishing across the line now, Flynn Penny and Tom Castle, followed by another Leichhardt, Nico Calantio and Andrew Gu.
And just about to cross the line is the crew from Macquarie Uni. They've given it all they had, and good on. We now move our attention back. Just in the final stages right now. I think they're just about to start this race. They're just lining up right now. It's a very tricky job, making sure all bow balls are exactly even across that line. I would not want to be a starter. Would you, Macca?
No, certainly not. The 1,000 metre races are definitely a bit trickier than the 2,000 metres. You've got the joy of the fingers to hold you in at the place down at the start of the 2 kilometre stretch. But unfortunately, the 1K, it's just line up and make sure you're in line, really. It's all up to the athletes.
But you also have to be careful, because people are sometimes a bit naughty and they always tap up just to get that extra lead. Do you reckon that plays a part in it?
Look, if you want to risk it for the little margin you can take, I reckon some athletes might do it, but the marshals are never too shy to call a false start.
Yeah, and we're very grateful for the marshals. So we've just kicked off the race of the women's C grade double scull. Looking really forward to seeing the results of this one. I'm going to pick the Glebe crew in lane 4 to take it home. What do you reckon, Macca?
I reckon, well, it's a big call, Sarah. We'll see how they can go. The wind is starting to pick up now a little bit. You can see a couple gusts down the course there on your screen. It flattens out quite nicely towards the end of this race, so hopefully we'll get some good water to bring home a sprint.
As we head through the 1500 metre mark, I think you could throw a blanket over it at this point, right, Macca?
Yeah, it looks like there is probably 6, 7 boats still in the running for that gold medal. It'd be very exciting to see how it comes down to the last 500, 400 metres of this race.
It's all going to come down to this, I reckon.
I think it will, Sarah. I think it will.
What are your strategies in the last 500 metres, Macca? When you need to make a push to a line, how do you do it?
I think, Sarah, a lot of people get caught up in pulling hard and you just got to move fast out of the water. Throw your hands away, get your blade in the water for the next stroke and just keep going until you cross that line.
You almost have to throw away rowing pretty and just row like you've got enemies, right?
50 metres of this race. It looks like it'll be sort of 3 crews over this side of the course. We've got the UTS crew of Christy Edwards and Christine Phillips, a University of New South Wales crew of Samantha Bakler and Helen Frith, and a Glebe crew of Jacqueline Harris and Heidi Lindell. Looks like those are the 3 battling for the gold medal, but also maybe across in lane, 5 with Jamie McKay and Megan Chung. We can see what this comes down to. Oh no, it was the Zoe.
And I think it is that crew from Glebe that's just got their bow ball in front. I could be wrong, but I think there's a push coming from lane 3. That Glebe crew of Charlotte and Poppy. Let's see if they can get their bow ball in front in the last 100 metres. They've got those red boys, and let's see who has the wind in them.
Yeah, it looks like that crew from lane 6 might have a slight margin at the moment, but then lane 3 with Charlotte Rogers and Poppy Hartley definitely making a push here.
I think it's the crew from lane 6 that's just going to get their bow ball in front in the dire strokes.
Well, you say that, but there might be a bit of a sprint here. Maybe so. Maybe a canvas in it. Wow, what a race.
The real race is now.
Verity and Catherine Maxwell in the Cox seat. In lane 5 from Leichhardt as well, we've got Aidan Shepherd, Alexander Kempson, Lachlan Moore, Christopher Gray, and Shailene Stokes in the Cox seat. Lane 6 from Black Mountain, we've got Henry Bridgewater, Jeff Howe, Stephen McGlynn, Ian Monaghan, and Abby Richards in the Cox. Lane 7 from University of New South Wales, we've got Nicholas Lazarou, George Lazarou, James Hilday and Andrew McEnroe, and Sonny Park in the Cox seat. In lane 8 from Leichhardt as well, we've got Thomas Newsom, Benjamin Farah, James Dupree, Charles Boscott, and Ruth Kelly in the Cox. And in lane 9 from ADF Rowing, we've got Daniel Watson, Ben Lim, Lachlan Stevenson, and Ethan Dalton with the Cox, Catherine Kelser. It looks like these crews are still lining up for their starting. They should be getting underway shortly.
While we're waiting for those Cox Force to get started, we're going to draw our attention over to the medal stands. We're going to be presenting medals for the women's C grade double scull. It looks like only places 1 and 2 are here, and all medals are being presented by Lynn Lockery. Second place and silver medalist is the crew from Glebe, Zoe Leisha and Inez Dive. The crew is coached by Nicholas Gallia. And our gold medalists and Ed Trickett champions for 2025 is the crew from Glebe. The crew is Jacqueline Harris and Heidi Lindell, and they are coached by Robert Dallimore. So special that we have Lynn Lockery here presenting all the medals. He is Ed Trickett's. Just some reminders to all coaches, family, friends who are cycling up and down the course. Please make sure you're wearing your helmet. It is law. You're not immune to injury.
All right, so it looks like we're in the starting blocks now for this race 35, I believe it is, for the men's C grade Coxed 4. Crews look like they're in the starting position, ready to get underway. And they're away, it looks like. Looks like there's a good start from, I think, lane 6 it was, that Black Mountain crew. We'll see how they carry that start through the rest of the race.
A 1,000 metres in a Cox 4 would absolutely be nothing, right, Macca?
Look, I think it's a short distance, but the Cox 4 is a heavy boat, or as we're following the camera here, I think it's that crew in, lane 5 might be the Glebe crew, struggling with the steering there, getting close to the boys. Looks like they're correcting now, so they're getting back onto that straight course, but yeah, the Cox 4, it's a heavy boat. 1,000 metres might feel short, but I can guarantee you all these athletes will be feeling it by the end of this race. But they're maybe 400 metres into this race, approaching that 1,500 metre marker. What have we got? Have we got any race leaders for the moment, Sarah?
I don't think I can point it out yet. However, it does look like, and I could be wrong, the crew in lane 2 has just got their bow ball in front. However, actually, no, I think it's the crew over here in lane 7, the UNSW crew, that's just going to come through at the 500 metre mark and be in front. I wouldn't underestimate the crew in lane 8, though. They look like they're giving it quite a big fight.
Yeah, so it looks like it's the UNSW crew in lane 7 who's taking out the lead, maybe by half a canvas, maybe followed by that second UNSW crew over in lane 3. So a bit of a tussle happening here between the club. We'll see how it shapes up.
Really important right now that all Coxes are 100% on their steering, making sure they make no mistakes, because a mistake right now can cost them the race at these short distances.
Yeah, it definitely can. One thing that I guess a lot of young Coxes focus on is, really keeping that rudder straight. Any sort of movements in that rudder might give the boat a bit more drag, kill the run a little bit. But it looks like a lot of these Coxes are doing a great job out here today. Real good confidence for them, I guess, as they develop in their coxing careers. It does look like these two UNSW crews are going along pretty well at the moment. But that Leichhardt crew in lane 8 as well is hanging on to the race leaders, I think, maybe holding overlap. It looks like they might have a bit of a wind coming on. We'll see how this race pans out.
A lot of noise coming from the grandstand right now. It's looking like it is going to be the University of New South Wales in lane 7 who have maintained their win. However, there's a fast finishing from St. George Rowing Club over in I think that's lane 1. They look like they're coming through.
Yeah, they look like they've made a really big push here, come up into second place, I think, and they're challenging the leaders. We'll see how they can finish in these last 10, 15 strokes.
Crew from Leichhardt in lane 8 also making a massive surge. The Coxes are up and about. I do, however, think that lane 7 has just done enough.
It's coming down close, Sarah. It might be just a canvas in it. So it'll be that UNSW crew from lane 7 in first place, the St. George crew in lane 1 for second, and then I think it's a photo finish as well for third place between the second University of New South Wales crew, stroked by Archie Gillis, and that other Leichhardt crew. We'll keep you updated with the results from that photo finish. So it looks like we've got confirmation from that race 35, the men's C grade Coxless 4. First place, University of New South Wales. Second place, St George. That's nothing in it, Sarah.
Absolutely nothing at all. That University of New South Wales crew worked really hard at the end there, and they just got themselves into third place. They should be really happy and proud of that performance. PR3 athletes, which means they are legs, body, arms, so that's how they are classified. There's PR3 and PR1 and PR2.
Yeah, it looks like there's been a fast start from a couple of crews there. It doesn't look like we have the University of New South Wales double in it, but I think it might have been that community boat in lane 6 of Alexandra Bailey Coleman and Catherine Vargotsky, who had a pretty quick start. They might be followed by lane 4 with Glebe, Christopher Niche and Parry Hutras.
As we put our attention back to the screen, we can see that boat in lane 6 of Community, Alexandra Bailey, Coleman and Catherine Wachowski. They look like they are having a really good race. However, it seems to be the crew in lane 3 from Lake Irralora, Kevin Wall and Sean Quigley, who are just holding the lead right now. They're having a really good row through the 500 metre mark, and we're looking forward to seeing how this race pans out.
Yeah, it looks like that first and second are looking, they've held a good margin, but the race for third is definitely on as we come in the second half of the race. Nothing in it, I reckon. Might have been half a canvas between those two crews. I think it was the Glebe Composite and the Glebe crew, so maybe a bit of a grudge match here between the teammates.
We love a close rivalry. All these clubs row really close to each other. Often in the mornings, you'll see them all washing each other off in the Iron Cove River, which we all love.
All right, as we're coming into the last 150 metres of this race, as the athletes are approaching those red buoys, I think it's a commanding lead taken out in lane 3 for this race. Lake Illawarra, Kevin Wall and Sean Quigley. They put on quite a margin here, Sarah. Following back to the community crew in that red shell of theirs. Who have we got? I think James Johnson and Robin Smith. No, it'll be Alexandra Bailey and Coleman and Catherine Vargodsky in second place. And taking a margin over that other community crew is that Glebe Composite crew, who have pushed themselves up into third place of Stephanie Walker and Raquel Boza.
Absolutely incredible race. The crew in lane 3 from Lake Illawarra of Kevin Wall and Sean Quigley crossing the line in first place. Second place will be the crew in the red shell from Community. In lane 6, that is Alexandra Bailey Coleman and Catherine Wachowski. And in lane 7, third place will be Stephanie Walker and Rachel Boza, the composite of Drummoyne and Glebe. Fourth place will be the crew in lane 5, the community crew of James Johnson and Robin Smith. Fifth place will be Community, Monique Muskers and Eleanor Taylor. We saw Monique earlier in the PR3 pair. She's done a back-to-back race and she'll be really proud of herself. Really great to see all these crews racing.
So it looks like we're underway in race 37, the women's D grade 8, which is a 1,000 meter race. In lane 2, we've got Glebe, stroked by Catherine Poulter. That was lane 2. In lane 3, we've got Askham, stroked by Annika Laftery. In lane 4, we've got University of New South Wales, who's stroked by Lisa Matthews. Lane 5, Nepean, stroked by Vidi Young. Lane 6, we've got ADF Rowing, stroked by Isabella Mulberg. In lane 7, we've got ANU, stroked by Elizabeth Blower. And in lane 8, St. George, stroked by Marnie Bateman. So it looks like we've had a bit of trouble here for that ANU crew in lane 7, as it looks like they've caught a crab. Hopefully they'll be able to make up some ground. We'll see how they recover from this one. As we get into the second half of the race here, as they're coming into the final bits, it looks like it might be that crew closest to us in lane 8 of St. George, who have maybe the slightest margin over the rest of the field. That crew's of Michelle Marnes, Kay Robinson, Amelia Starkey, Catherine Collings, Kristen McCready, Joanne Ward, Nicole Ford, Maureen Bateman, and Cox by Jackie Peel. Also coached by Jackie Peel. Isn't that exciting, Sarah?
Coach in the boat, coach out of the boat. That's great. I love that.
I think lots of people would be very happy to have their coach sitting in the cock seat when they're rowing at 8. Very technical position. Give them some comments, some technical focus during the race. I think it'd be pretty handy. But as we're coming into the closing 150 meters of this race, it looks like it's also that UNSW crew in, I think, lane 4 of bowed by Eliza Courtney, Alan Pinder, Alana Hamilton, Kiri Bailey, Amy Watson, Annabelle Fuller, Annabelle Singh, Lisa Matthews, coached by Emma Vay Cox, who might have taken that margin back over that St. George club. It looks like they're taking maybe a length in the field here now, finishing very strong. You can see the ratings up. What an exciting race here, Sarah.
Rating is well and truly up, and it's going to be that crew of University of New South Wales, I'm pretty sure, will take the win 100%. Second place, I'm going to guess it's going to be the crew in lane 2 of Glebe. However, St. George has a really strong finish coming their way. They may just get them. I think they just got them. Lane 8, St. George just beat crew over the line, Glebe over the line. How fantastic was that?
Wow, what a finish. You can see they're all very, very tired of that. So that was that St. George crew coming in second. And in third place was the crew from Glebe, which was Ming Yang, Sarah Jones, Stella Lanigan, Gemma Bascott, Elizabeth Dory, Poppy Hartley, Julia Simone, Catherine Poulter, and India Lloyd in the cock seat. Following on, we've got Askham in 4th place. We've got the ADF Rowing in 5th place, ANU in 6th, and Nepean in 7th. So it looks like that ANU crew did recover from their crab earlier on in the race.
Really great to see the Askham girls out there giving it a go. They're actually just a bunch of schoolgirls. Askham's quite a new program. It's been started by Lizzie Chapman, who's much better than us at commentating. She's fantastic, and I think it's really great that she's put the girls out here and just given them a really great opportunity to have more racing experience. They're a bunch of great kids, and Lizzie's fantastic and really great for the program, really great for schoolgirl rowing. We're now going to go back to the 1,000 metre start line for race 38, which is the men's D grade coxed scull. In lane 1, we've got ADF Rowing, Lachlan Stevenson, Bill Todd, Ashley Pratt, Chris Austin. Lane 2 from ANU, Timothy Rathhall, Ashley Young, Christopher Woods, William Kruzak. Lane 3, University of New South Wales, Eric Nin, Ali Yachvich, Eden Fang, Justin Nelson. Lane 4, St. George, Aidan West, Jack McPhee, Julian Grunsell, Jacob Wilson. Lane 5, also St. George, Alan Robinson, Cromwell Oliver, Kristen Jones, Arotin Ganja Ramos. Lane 6, University of New South Wales, Robbie Ireland, Alexander Anderson, Ryan McGorry, Anthony Ball. Lane 7, Black Mountain, Daniel Weir, Felix Pentony, Stephen Mishra and Damien Pentony. Lane 8 is Glebe, William Tyrone, Harvey Lowe, Dylan Watson, James Dalamere. Lane 9 is the University of New South Wales, Harrison Durr, Adavith Adring, Fraser Wilson, Nitam Bansal. Full field here today, Macca.
Yeah, it's great to see a full 9 lanes of racing. Always exciting. We've got in the quad scull, always a fast boat. Definitely hurts the legs, so we'll see how these young boys can finish off with this race.
Yeah, the quad scull. You've got to be really efficient and really quick. You can't afford to have any strokes that don't work. The quad, you've really got to make sure all 4 rowers are completely in sync. All 4 blades work, has to be really neat. Stroke seat needs to make sure they stay nice and straight. The foot steering can be quite difficult, so I take my hats off to any of the stroke seats that have the foot steering. But right now, it looks like there's been no issues with the steering.
Yeah, for any young aspiring rowers there, listen up to what Sarah's just said. Sarah's got some great experience in the quad racing in the under-23 Australian quad last year in Canada, so definitely knows what she's talking about.
You're just too kind, Macca. Thank you so much.
No worries, Sarah. So as we're coming into the last sort of 400 metres of this race, I think it's that NSW crew in lane 6 who might have a slight margin over the field, but nothing over half a length. I think it'd be a really interesting race as we get in this final stages, whether they can extend that lead or someone's going to mow them down.
Anything can happen in a quad, really. It's all about who has that motivation to go that little bit extra earlier. Sometimes you've just got to take a risk and go earlier than expected.
And it does look like it's that University of New South Wales boat in lane 6 who looks like they've taken their rating up a couple points, definitely. They're holding a good line, but it looks like there's also a push coming from their crew on the right of them, that St. George crew. It looks like it might be a 3-boat race for that first place as well, because the crew next to them, the other St. George boat, also putting it up. This would be very exciting to see how they come across the finish line.
All 3 in their M-Packers all going for it. Look at them. Who's going to get it? Which St. George crew is going to get the win? I'm going to call it's the one in lane 4, though. They've just got their bow ball in front of them, but I could be wrong with my angle.
Yeah, it looks like it might be that lane 4 boat with maybe, half a canvas lead.
Boat stopping crab in lane 6. Are they going to recover before the crew in lane 7 overtakes them? I think they will.
So it's going to be a fast finish in lane 4 for that St. George crew. Half a canvas lead. Wow, what a finish by their other St. George crew. So first and second is St. George, and that University of New South Wales crew will hold on for the 3rd place. Wow, what a finish. So 4th place was the Black Mountain crew. 5th was the other University of New South Wales crew. So for the 5th and 6th and 7th, we've got a photo finish, followed by ANU in 8th and ADF rowing in 9. So we've got that photo finish for 6th and 7th place between Glebe and University of New South Wales. We'll keep you updated with those results.
That's what racing's all about, Macca. It was such a fantastic race, that one. I love seeing a tussle at the end, don't you?
Oh, definitely. It's always, never too late to make a push, I think. And we'll hopefully see some more exciting racing as we move to the men's B-grade single scull. So back to 2,000 metre racing. A lot of these guys are backing up from the double scull they raced maybe an hour ago. It'd be interesting to see if these boys can race, like Sarah said, all the way to the line.
Macca, if you had to pick, are you more of a 1,000 metre racer or a 2,000 metre racer? What would you prefer?
I'll tell you what, a lot of people might say 1,000 metres because it's shorter, but it definitely hurts a whole lot more when you're sprinting for a full 1,000 metres. I don't know, I think that's when the fitness comes into play. I definitely think I'm a bit more of a sprinter, but I tell you what, I enjoy both of them. I enjoy both races. 2,000 metres gets you a chance to get a bit more rhythm in it, maybe a bit more technical, whereas 1,000 metres, you just grit your teeth and you go for it. So then we've got starting in a couple minutes as these boys line up, we've got that men's B grade single scull final now. Lane 1 we've got 5 Leichhardt boats in this race. Wow, that's a great testament to the club and their program. So lane 1, we've got one of the Leichhardt boys, Luca Wilson. Lane 2, Carter Clifton. Lane 3, Ezekiel Pratt, coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold, and Angus George. In lane 4 from UTS, we've got Robert Olivier, who finished 2nd in the men's B grade double scull not so long ago, coached by Tim McLaren. In lane 5 from Sydney, we've got Tom Shanter, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. In lane 6, we've got another Leichhardt crew, Dylan Lee. In lane 7, Peter Simkovic. And lane 8, William Spooge. All these Leichhardt crews coached by Isaac Shepherd. And in lane 9, we've got another Sydney boat, Jack Clements, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. Also, just a reminder to all the people listening, if you could please return your bow numbers to the finishing tower. That's return your bow numbers to the finishing tower after your races. That would be greatly appreciated. So we're underway for race 39, the men's B grade single scull. 2,000 metre racing here. Looks like they've all got a pretty good start off it. Lane 5 with rating very high. That's one of the St. George crews, Alan Robertson. We'll see how he goes following him down the rest of the course.
Something really interesting will be which Leichhardt boy gets the win today. There is 5 of them, so I wonder if it's a tussle like in training. Isaac Shepherd will have to be the mediator when all hell breaks loose, depending on who wins.
Yes, we'll see. Definitely plenty of entries in this boat, in this event. Sorry for the Leichhardt boys. Here we go, approaching the 500 metre mark for these guys. Might be able to get a gauge on who the race leader is.
Our race leader seems to be lane 4, UTS's Robert Olivier. They're coached by Tim McLaren. I'm sure Tim's on the bike riding alongside him, yelling at him.
So it looks like the boys are crossing that 750 mark now. Sarah, what's running through your head now when you're crossing that 750 mark in your races in the women's single scull?
Oh, definitely just legs, body, arms, breathe. I like to count 1 to 8. 1 to 8 is a motto I like to live by. Actually, Tim McLaren, funnily enough, he's very big on 1 to 8. I'm free. So at this point, I'm either thinking my legs are on fire, but I always look at my stroke coach and I'm always counting 1 to 8. And I always know when I get through the 1,000 metre mark, as silly as it sounds, I think to myself, 3-digit numbers left. So that's really good. But no, it's very important, especially in these longer distances, that you get yourself into a rhythm, breathing up, mind calm. But it does look like it is that rower in lane, the Leichhardt rower in lane 6 of Dylan Lee. Looks like he's got his bow ball in front quite nicely. He's doing a really good job at counting 1 to 8, I think, then Macca.
I think definitely so, Sarah. So I think it's that Leichhardt sculler, Dylan Lee in the lead, followed by the two singles on his either side of Sydney, Tom Shanter, and the other Leichhardt rower, Peter Simkovic. So we'll see how these go in this second half of the race for these boys. Looks like there's a couple gusts coming across that middle section of the race, so we'll see if that gives any of the crews any challenges. But it'd be exciting to see how these boys finish, and hopefully we get another exciting finish like we did for the last race, Sarah.
Yeah, definitely, Macca. And you're right, it does look like the wind is just gusting at the moment. However, I do still think it's a tail, so that's not going to affect them too much. Maybe up towards that 1K mark, there is a little bit of a head or a cross. I'm not quite sure. However, I don't think it will affect them that much coming into the final stages of this race. I do love a single scull, and I'm really excited to see how this one pans out. And it looks like they're just about to go through the 1250 mark. So they're at that they're over halfway, and they've just got to keep pushing through.
So it looks like it's that Leichhardt sculler in lane 6 who's extended that lead, Dylan Lee. And it looks like that race for that second place is starting to stretch out a little bit. That other Leichhardt sculler, Peter Simkovic, taking a bit more of a margin over that Sydney rower, Tom Shanter. So we've got 500 metres left, and I'm sure these athletes are all going to be thinking one thing, and that's go, go, go.
Yeah, it's going to see who is, I think, lane 6 of Dylan Lee. I think he's done enough to hold a nice lead. I do think there will be some strong pushes that will be going now. They'll be thinking go, go, go. They'll start to get the rate up, jack it up. I'm assuming we'll see some over rate 40s coming down the end.
Yeah, wouldn't that be exciting, Sarah? So it looks like the race is definitely going to be on for these minor placings. That Leichhardt Sculler, Dylan Lee in lane 6, looks like he's holding his lead. He's taken the rate up to counter any pushes from the lanes next to him. He's in a great position. He can see everyone in the race, which is definitely where you want to be in the last 250 of this. But it looks like third place, that medal for third place could be on the table between that Sydney Sculler and that UTS Sculler, Robert Olivier.
Yeah, I do definitely think lane 6, Dylan Lee has definitely done enough. He's looking fantastic, looking like he's sitting up nice and tall. Got a really good rhythm to him. Isaac Shepherd's doing a really great job with all these boys. He should be really proud of them.
Yeah, what a way to finish for Dylan Lee. You can see he's almost a half slide now. He's jacking the rate up. Good way to finish. So it'll definitely be that Leichhardt Sculler in lane 6. Dylan Lee to take out the win in the men's B-grade single scull. What a margin there. That's 2 lengths clear to second place. His fellow Leichhardt clubmate Peter Simkovic coming in second, and third down to the Sydney rower, Tom Shanter. Fourth place will be UTS's Robert Olivier. Fifth place looks like it's Nepean's Ezekiel Pratt. Sixth place will be the other Sydney rower, Jack Clements, followed by Leichhardt as well in lane 1, Luca Wilson and Carter Clifton, I believe it is, in 8th, with William Spooge in 9th.
Thanks for having us up in the commentary box today, everyone. We're going to pass you on. Have a good rest of your day and good luck with all your races.
So I'm joined back in the box here by I'm having the seniors moment and having a name problem here. I keep wanting to call him Callum, but he is indeed.
Let's run with Conrad.
Back with Conrad, yes. So there's actually a bit of a break now until we get back to the 1,000-metre mark for the women's C grade Coxless pair final. So we'll just go silent until that race is about to begin. So, ladies and gentlemen, while we witness the fabulous Glebe D grade women's 8 showing off for their bronze medals on the finish pontoon, looking absolutely fabulous. We will now move to the final of the women's C grade coxless pair. Over on the far side from UTS is Monique Heinke and Jennifer Luff in lane 1. In lane 2 from Leichhardt, Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 3 from Nepean, Ali Taylor and Sophia Whitelaw, coached by Daniel Waddell and Hugh and Miles Harold. Lane 4 from ANU, Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower, coached by Edward Bean. Lane 5 from the University of New South Wales, Amy Watson and Lisa Matthews, coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. Lane 6 from Lake Macquarie, Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald. Lane 7 from Glebe, Heidi Lindahl and Belindy Rowe, coached by Robin Mackney. Lane 8 from Nepean, Jessica Harris and Viti Young, coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh and Miles Harold. And in lane 9 from ADF Rowing, Julia Cronin and Holly Cool-Martin. And the race is now underway. There is a slight tail breeze, probably a sou'easter by the look of it. So a slight crosswind as they come down, but looking good, as we can see on the cameras mounted on the Marshall's boat. I think looks like we're following lane 4 there, which is the ANU crew of Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower.
We'll say now that you've done the full lane call of 9 crews, Mark, half of them haven't showed up. So there are only 5 crews that have graced the starter for this one. A couple in the middle and a couple over this side seem to have pulled out between heat and final.
That may be the strength of the field scared them off. So we have the Leichhardt's Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga in lane 2, Ali Taylor and Sophia Whitelaw from Nepean in lane 3, Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower from ANU in lane 4, Amy Watson, Lisa Matthews from the University of New South Wales lane 5, then jump across to lane 7 for Heidi Lindahl and Belindy Rowe from Glebe, and in lane 8 from Nepean, Jessica Harris and Viti Young. So that should be, and I can only see 5 boats down there, but we actually have 6 on our list. So it looks to be lane 5 missing. So the University of New South Wales, I don't think, has showed.
Looks as though the crews down this side of the course have
it is Glebe in the lead. We like the look of that. Heidi Lindahl and Belindy Rowe, coached by living legend Robin Mackney. So we expect to see them well. This is a great practice for their campaign for the Masters Championships, all coming up towards the end of next month. Pretty hot on their tail. It does seem to be Jessica Harris and Viti Young on this side, but not discounting those on the other side as well. Over in lane, so it is the ANU's Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower, and they're battening it out over on the far side with Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga. Again, another very accomplished Masters crew. So this is Women's C pair, but Glebe has a very comfortable lead here. They're just in the last 150 metres now. They look to have taken it up a couple of notches just to seal their finish. And look over the far side there at Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga really pouring the power on now. The ANU Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower are not going to relinquish, but they've also put it on. And over this side, Viti Young and Jessica Harris really working it. We could have a photo finish here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, but that's a very comfortable win there by Heidi Lindahl and Belindy Rowe from Glebe. They're going to be followed across by the ANU, just pipping the Nepean girls, and I think then just pipping Leichhardt. Very close finish there. So that was a time of 3 minutes 56.09. So that was Glebe's Heidi Lindahl and Belindy Rowe. They were followed across by ANU's Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower. Then a margin of only 0.56 of a second back to Jessica Harris and Vitti Young from Nepean. Then just 0.57 of a second back to Daniela Borget and Jennifer Zonga from Leichhardt, and rounded out by Ali Taylor and Sophia Whitelaw from Nepean. Very exciting finish there.
A fantastic finish, that one.
So we love the racing we're seeing today. We're seeing lots of close finishes, some pretty hot times as well, and they will change now that the wind is starting to come up. Down on the start line we have another really exciting race, the men's C single, over in lane 1 from the University of New South Wales, Anthony Ball, and coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. In lane 2 from Glebe, Ben Nagapa, coached by Robin Mackney. In lane 3 from Mossman, Alexander Deutsch, coached by Tiffany Hutchison. Lane 4 from Community, Christopher James, coached by Liam James. Lane 5 from UTS, Matthew Robertson, coached by Tim McLaren. Lane 6 from Black Mountain, Oliver Manning, coached by Renee Damashentz. In lane 7 from ANU, William Cusack, coached by Dern Grant and Nick Hunter. And in lane 8 from Black Mountain, Matthew Rickard, coached by Renee Damashentz. And in lane 9 from Leichhardt, Terry Bridges.
Having seen the heats of this one earlier, Mark, the pace is off a little bit in a couple of them. A couple of these scullers managed to get out in front nice and early, and then were able to save some energy. So it'll be interesting to see how the earlier stages of this one go. They've jumped out rather quickly, and a couple of scullers trying to put the pressure on, but a couple look to be, just looking at the monitor now, a few of them seem to have the rating down a fraction on what I might have expected over 1,000 metres. So we'll expect a couple of those gents to ramp it up in the back end and see how we go. But it looks as though it's the UTS sculler in the middle, Matthew Robertson, coached by Tim McLaren, who's jumped out to a nice start through the middle of the course here as they come down toward halfway. And he's near Oliver Manning from Black Mountain Rowing Club. And then down this side of the course in lane 8 as well, another Black Mountain, Matthew Rickard, who I've been told may have actually won this one last year. And so he could be looking to go back to back. And he's got half a length lead through the halfway mark ahead of UTS, Black Mountain, and then Leichhardt's Terry Bridges down this side of the course. So it's still quite tight, that second, third and fourth mark.
Yeah, that was actually Matthew Rickard from Black Mountain who came through first in lane 8. So one in from the grandstand side of the field. But it could be anyone's at this stage. All fairly close together. And we don't, unfortunately, have time splits, so we're unable to do it. We're relying on our naked eyes, which mine are a bit dusty. Conrad's, I was just going to call him Callum again, has got better eyesight than me. He's much younger. But look at this racing here as we've got Matthew Rickard from Black Mountain in lane 8, and then out there in the middle in lane 5, Matthew Robertson from UTS. Both extending their lead slightly over the rest of the field, I think. Over this side, Terry Bridges from Leichhardt putting up a really good fight. Black Mountain's Oliver Manning out there in the middle. The real race is going to be on, I think, for the for the bronze medal position. So who is going to take third place? They're about 150 metres out at the moment.
Well, the rate's gone up in both those crews, Mark. The Black Mountain sculler went up about 3 or 4 strokes after Leichhardt's Terry Bridges went up. And they've really opened it up now. They're not leaving anything in the tank for this final 100 metres. Does look as though it's going to be Black Mountain's Matthew Rickard out of lane 8 who's going to take out the title. And he's moving this boat along quite nicely. He's got about a length's advantage over Matthew Robertson from UTS. He is going to hold on to take the silver, and it's going to be very tight, but it looks as though it will be. Black Mountain has just pipped Terry Bridges for third place there. So that's Oliver Manning from Black Mountain will take third place ahead of Leichhardt's Terry Bridges. 5th place, Mossman Rowing Club. That's Alexander Deutsch, ANU, and then throw a blanket over those 3 there. I think the lanes 1 and 2 were just marginally ahead of Community Rowing Club's Christopher James, but it was extremely close there between Anthony Ball and Ben Nagapa on the far side of the course.
And Conrad, what a cracking time, 3 minutes 33.42. We'll give them a little bit of wind assist, but that is pretty amazing.
That's moving. That's certainly a quick time. Yeah, that's for C grade 3:33. That's certainly a very, very speedy time in these conditions.
So down on the start line, we now have the women's D grade double scull lining up. Over on the far side, representing Ascombe School, is Jess Rebillard and Jess Brown, coached by Philip O'Brien. Lane 2 from Glebe, Anna Ward and Lucy Meek. Lane 3 from the University of New South Wales, Alana Hamilton and Elise Courtney, coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. Lane 4 from ANU, Darcy Warmadam and Rebecca Hoffman, coached by Edward Bean. Lane 5 from Glebe, India Lloyd and Charlotte Rogers, coached by Nick Galea and Robin Mackney. Lane 6 from UTS, Megan Chung and Emily Vaughan Brooks. Lane 7 from the University of New South Wales, Annabelle Singh and Georgina Browning, coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. Lane 8 from St George, Joanne Ward and Christine McCready. And lane 9 from Ascombe, Camilla Burke and Emila McGuinness, coached by Lillian Slater. And we do note we're up once again with schoolgirls racing against the St George crew, who Steve Harrison messaged me earlier on, grannies. So the fantastic excitement of grade racing. And very excited to see 2 Glebe crews in this final. Racing well underway now. We just relying on what we can see on film at this stage, or on video I should say, but old-fashioned talking about film. So from what I can see up here, it does look to be the lanes 4, 5, 6 and 7 who have a slight lead, but not discounting over there at lane 2 either, Adam Ward and Lucy Meek. We'll get a better picture once they come up to the 500 metre mark. There's still the breeze is up, so we'll expect to see a fast time. Slight wind assist. So who have you got your money on, Conrad?
Well, I must admit I'm not seen many of these ladies race other than today's racing. I haven't spent much time down in Sydney over the last little while, but I see 2 University of New South Wales crews on the start list, and they've proven that virtually anything they've touched this morning's turned to, I won't say gold, but at least metallic. So you'd have to suggest that lanes 3 and 7 are a good chance of performing well in this one.
So they're coming up to the 500 metre mark now. We're going to get a picture. We have to grab it quickly because they're very closely together as well. It's lane 7 and lane 5. So our Glebe girls over in lane 5, hotly pursued by lane 7 and then lane 4 and 6. So that is lane 5 is Glebe's India Lloyd and Charlotte Rogers. Lane 7 was Annabelle Singh and Georgina Browning from University of New South Wales. 4 was the ANU's Darcy Warmadom, and 6 was UTS Megan Chung and Emily Vaughan Brooks. So fantastic effort here. I'm getting a little bit overexcited and with some bias for India Lloyd and Charlotte Rogers, doing very well to hold the lead through the 500. We'll see how they pan out as they come up to the finish. But it's still very close. There's a blanket across the first 4 boats at the moment. And over on the far side there, it looks like Glebe's Anna Ward and Lucy Meek are starting to wind it up too. They want to be in the mix. But India Lloyd and Charlotte Rogers just managing to hold their own. They're being challenged very hard by the ANUs. Darcy Warmadum and Rebecca Hoffman just beside them. And then coming across into lane 7, that's University of New South Wales, Annabelle Singh and Georgina Browning. So those 3 crews do have the lead positions at the moment. Can Charlotte Rogers and India Lloyd hold off that ANU crew right beside Darcy Warmerdam and Rebecca Hoffman? They're doing so at the moment. There's only about 50 metres to go. I think the ANU crews, it's stroke by stroke at the moment, bow ball to bow ball as they come up to the finish line. It is going to be the Glebe crew by about half a canvas over the ANU crew. They're followed across then by the University of New South Wales, then UTS, and over on the far side, the other Glebe crew, and St George's, the older crew, older ladies down here, then Askham, and rounded out by the University of New South Wales. The winning time there, 3 minutes 35.34, a margin of so that's to India Lloyd and Charlotte Rogers from Glebe. A margin of 0.64 back to Darcy Warmerdam and Rebecca Hoffman from the ANU, so that was really bow ball to bow ball as they rounded out that. 2.44 back to Annabelle Singh and Georgina Browning from the University of New South Wales. So those will be the crews that will come in and collect their medals, hopefully. Very exciting finish there. We do have a short break now as the starter moves back from the 1,000-metre mark back up to, we just have a 20-minute break. Oh, sorry, 12. Yeah, the 20-minute break, not till 10 past 1 is the next race. I thought it was the starters moving, but no, it's not. It is just we've got a break in the middle here.
As you can see in this break, we do have the medal presentation down on the pontoon. This is the men's C-grade single scull, and they've been presented with their medals, but we have in third position, it was Black Mountain's Oliver Manning. Second, UTS's Matthew Robertson, and our winner of the men's C-grade single for 2025, Matthew Ricard from Black Mountain Rowing Club.
We've just had a visit from the lovely Julia, who's in charge of bow numbers, saying please return bow numbers. So have a look around your trailers, pick up all those loose numbers, bring them back. Please return bow numbers. For those of you also who wish that we had splits for the times today, the reason we don't is because of lack of volunteers. So put your hand up before the next regattas, before all regattas, and come and join us for the happy team of volunteers. We need you. So remember, return bow numbers. We're just waiting for the final of the men's D grade Coxed 4. It's not through for a few minutes yet, so I'll rest your ears for a moment.
We are still a little way off the start for the men's D grade 4, but given it is a bigger boat and we've got a relatively full field, we'll do the call of the card. The far side of the course is lane number 3, University of New South Wales, Advaith Avrind, and then Will Seligich, Alexander Anderson, Yago Lambert, and Cox by Sunny Park, coached by Jason Quigley and Chris Burns. Lane number 4 is St George Rowing Club's Tom Masterton, Rory Cole, Kurt Armstrong, James Hunt, Lily Featherston, and as the Cox, and coached by Mark Featherston. Lane 5, University of New South Wales, Harrison Deere, Robbie Island, Fraser Wilson, Nitchin Bansal, and the coxswain is Kira Bailey, also coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. ADF Rowing Club, Daniel Watson, Rohan Jayawardena, Bill Todd, who is also out of Newcastle Rowing Club, up with me during the week often, but rowing here for ADF. Ethan Dalton and Catherine Kessler is the coxswain of that crew. St George in lane number 7, Alan Robertson, Cromwell Olivier, Christopher Jones, Ayrton Granger Ramos, Michelle Milnes is the coxswain and Jackie Peel is the coach. And Black Mountain Rowing Club, Henry Bridgewater, Jeff Howe, Stephen McGlynn and Ian Mongan, coxed by Abby Richards, are in lane number 8. And it looks like we've still got a bit of work to get them onto the start line, but as I look through there, I see a few names that have got some credentials going for them. Ant Granger Ramos in the stroke seat of St George, as mentioned a bit earlier today, is just been announced as being part of the Interstate Master Squad for New South Wales. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, and my memory serves me correctly, Abby Richards is changed titles. I think she was racing lightweights last weekend down in Tasmania and might have come home with a medal or two, if I've got my memory right. And she's now backing up here for Black Mountain in the coxswain seat of this one.
So interestingly, again, we have real mixed ages in this one. That St George crew where Ayrton Granger Ramos is stroking is quite all accomplished rowers in that crew. Alan Robertson has also been in the Masters Interstate team, so we should see a fairly good race here. Just waiting for them to get lined up. It does look that there's a light breeze coming down the course now. It seems to change from a I'd say southeaster to an easterly. So look, it's coming straight down the course. So again, we should expect to see some fairly fast times. And it may be affecting them trying to get a line on the course. We can see a couple of boats a little bit broadside to the start, to the lanes. So this is the final of the men's D grade Coxed 4. And we're just waiting. Looks like the starter's nearly got a line. We just don't have any video footage at the moment. I dare say our video operator has just taken a short break. Well deserved. He does. It's John. I don't know what John's surname is, but he does an amazing job sitting up above us with cameras and screens and controls everywhere, bringing you the brilliant online live feed footage and the replays. I dare say out of having a comfort stop at the moment. It does look like they're still just trying to get a line down at the 1,000 metre start line there. So we can see a couple of the crews still tapping themselves around. There we are. We've got the line now on screen. So we're missing one crew. There should be, they may be waiting to see if the other crew has turned up as well. So there were five crews in view there, and we have 6 on our program. And here come the latecomers. Over on the far side there, that will be the University of New South Wales crew, stroked by Jago Lambert. And they're off. So very good start there from the Black Mountain crew that were closest to the camera. So this is the D grade Coxed 4. And we seem to be following lanes 4 and 5 there with the fantastic video we're getting off the coach boat. Oh, sorry, the Marshall's boat. So just not quite in the lanes, are they? We've got, so the latecomers to the race, the University of New South Wales over on the far side should actually be in lane 3, but they're over in lane 1. But that's okay, we don't mind. Lane 1 is free. So as they're coming into view now, and they're coming up to the 500 metre mark, but to me, it looks like the ADF crew may have a bit of a lead over these St George crew across in lane 4, which just looking at the names in that crew, no, a bit hard to tell. Ooh, over on the far side there, it's the University of New South Wales. And they're followed across by St George and Black Mountain. So that's where the race is on at the moment. But the rest of the field all looks fairly close together. So the bit of a tail breeze blowing them down the course.
I was just about to say, this is the first kind of footage you've seen all morning. You can see it just from the BRO's boat behind, and you can see it a bit there from that aerial shot. It's the first time you can just see a bit of a ripple in the surface. As you mentioned earlier, Mark, it's a tail breeze, so it should help times, but it does just make it that little bit harder to sit the boat up, especially when you've got only one oar in your hand. But it looks like we've got our 3 out in front, and it's up to the second of the St George crews and the ADF crew to run them down over this last 200 or so metres, or try their best to.
So over the far side there, they were late to the start, but the University of New South Wales is setting a cracking pace. They're now in the shadow of the wind over there. Over on the far side, they're being chased fairly solidly by the St George crew out in the middle. That's the one coach stroked by... that's the younger crew. I thought it was the older boys, but over here, Black Mountain are going to take that third spot. So over on the far side, it's the University of New South Wales crew. They'll be followed across by St George, the one stroke by James Hunt. And then it is the Black Mountain crew, very tight finish there, but ADF have just picked St George for 4th and 5th, and then it'll be rounded out by the second University of New South Wales crew. The finish time there, 3 minutes 21.85 to the University of New South Wales. Then 2 minute margin back to St George and 3.82 back to Black Mountain. And there is a photo finish between ADF and St George for 4th and 5th. And now we're going back down to the 2,000 metre mark. So we're running a little bit behind time at the moment. So I dare say as soon as the starter is down there and they're set up, it looks like the crews are already in the holding pen there. So this is the men's A and men's B quad. So we have 2 races in one. There's only one A crew. Over on the far side, UTS, Liam Taylor, Harry Birchmore, Caelan Routley and Peter Waldersea. Then all the rest are B crews, University of New South Wales in lane 3, Matthew McDougall, Daniel Morris, Nathan Helms and James McGreedy. Lane 4 from Glebe, Hugo Webster, Henry Leaf, Andrew Perrich and Benjamin Cox. Lane 5 from Sydney, Matt Potter, Harry O'Donnell, Tom Chanter, Jack Clements. Lane 6 from Leichhardt, Remy Wilson, Carter Clifton, Peter Simkovich and Dylan Lee. Lane 7 from Leichhardt, Andrew Gu, Luca Wilson, Nico Colantonio and William Spury. And in lane 8 from UTS, Ryan Zhu, Zachary Neal, Charles Brand and Matthew Robertson.
It's a good time. Just if any of the people sitting up in the commentary or with side of the screen aren't familiar with how the racing is conducted here at Cirque on these specialist rowing courses up at the start, only at the 2,000 metre start, we have fingers, and you can see on the left-hand side there's the platforms that run out, and as our camera operator expertly pans across, we've got people laying down on each of those fingers holding the stern of each boat, and each of those boat holders will have an earpiece in with an aligner on the side that is managing all of the bows of the boat, so that when the hooter goes, all of those crews are exactly in line right across, and everybody is rowing the exact same distance from the start to the finish. And once again, it's a fantastic job as a boat holder. I've done it many times, and it's a lot of fun sitting up there and being part of the job and moving those boats and seeing the boats go off at the start line. It's a lot of fun.
And looking down the course, the 2-minute light we can see flashing from the starter's tower down at the 2,000 metre mark. It's been flashing probably now for about a minute, so that's probably a minute now till the start time.
The other thing to note about those fingers is that obviously we have the start lines measured from the bow, but obviously a single is much shorter than a quad, which is much shorter than an 8. So those fingers are able, they don't move at all regattas, but for all events all the time, but they are able to go in and out to make sure that the bows of each boat are exactly in line for the different event and the lengths of each boat. It makes it a bit easier to manage for our boat holders.
So while we're on the start there, we have just had footage looking over the starter's shoulder, and we can see they must be just about ready to start. They've all come forward, squared up, ready to go. We'll watch the starter put his finger on the button, and away they'll be go. And they're off. So this is over on the far side, an A crew. This is a men's A and men's B quads. There's only one A crew, which is UTS over on the far side. Taylor, Birchmore, Routley and Waldersea. Then we have 7 B crews. So University of New South Wales in lane 3, McDougall, Morris, Helms and McCready. Lane 4 from Glebe, Webster, Leaf, Perrich and Wilcox. Lane 5 from Sydney, Potter, O'Donnell, Chanter and Clements. Lane 6 from Leichhardt, Wilson, Clifton, Simkovich and Lee. Lane 7 from Leichhardt, Gu, Wilson, Colantonio and Spooey. And in lane 8 from UTS, Zoo, Neil, Bran and Robertson. And we'll get an idea as they come past the first 500 metres, which we can see they're heading rapidly towards at the moment. We're following there on the Marshall's boat. It looks to be the Sydney crew. Unusual for Sydney to be a little way back. And then Leichhardt, but 2,000 metre race, anything can happen between now and the finish. So UTS have a very handy lead as they come across the 500 metre mark, as they should, because that's an A crew. They were then followed across by the Glebe crew, lane 4, Glebe. Let's hope Glebe can hold their position to the end.
We might just, while this one's in the early stages, jump down to the podium and draw your attention to the medal presentation for the men's D grade Coxed 4. We have down there our winners of that event, the University of New South Wales crew of Advaith Arvind, Will Silicic, Alexander Anderson, Yargo Lambert and Sonny Park is the coxswain. Congratulations to the University of New South Wales.
So the video from the Marshall boat does show that the crews in this event have spread out. As would be expected, the A crew has a very handy lead over the rest of the field, but they're really only racing against themselves. All the B crews, still a little bit hard to tell. We'll get a better idea as they get a bit closer. I think the crew we're watching at the moment from Sydney just is possibly a little bit behind in terms of the being so close to the Marshall boat. So the Marshall boat following the rest of the whole field. They're looking very nice though. So as they're coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, it does look to be Glebe still out in front of the rest of the field. So the A crew is out in front. No, it is UTS, then Glebe, then over the far side, the University of New South Wales, then Sydney and Leichhardt, the two Leichhardt crews.
I know a few of these scullers out here have had a relatively short turnaround. I've called their names a few times today as well. Peter Simkovich and Dylan Lee in the Leichhardt crew might just be suffering from having to work relatively hard in their early singles. Matthew Robertson, I think, in the UTS crew also took home a medal from the C-grade single, if I recall rightly, and that's possibly something that's playing into the favour of our crew on the far side, the A-grade men's UTS crew. I'm not sure that Caelan Routley, Peter Waldersey, Harry Birchmore or Liam Taylor, for that matter, either have had a race today. I'm not sure we've called their names, so they might be a bit fresh, and that plays into their hands here as they continue to lead this race as they've come through 1,250 metres. The race is certainly on, though, for that B-grade title, and UTS and Glebe went through the 1,000 metre separated by virtually nothing. But then behind them, presumably, there'd be a bronze medal up for grabs as well, and the fight between NSW and Sydney Rowing Club was also quite tight for that one. So we'll have to wait until we get a bit of a clearer view as they come into shot to see just how that race is panning out. As we come through 1,500, the UTSA crew are through. UTSB have moved out now. They've got about a length's advantage over the Glebe Rowing Club crew in the fight for the B-grade event. Leichhardt have moved quite nicely through in that third 500. Everyone says it's the premiership quarter, and they've moved through. They've come from about 2/3 of a length, if not more, down on both the Sydney crew and the Glebe crew, and they're now sitting in second place in the B-grade event. They've moved through, and Sydney were just had the shade over Glebe, but that was all between all three of those crews. That was still a very, very tight one to decide this early on, and that's absolutely going to come down to the final throws. But it looks as though the two UTS crews have cleared out a bit here, bookending the course. The A-grade crew on the far side of the course, and rightly so, as Mark's mentioned, should have a bit of an advantage in this one, and they do. Their B-grade crews decided to head off after them in the second half of this one, but I don't know that they're going to run them down entirely. The interest certainly is in for third place, and as Mark will stay excited for it, looks as though Glebe are fighting back quite nicely here. Glebe have lifted it in this last 500, and as they come down to about 140 metres, 150 metres left to travel for those crews looking for that silver and bronze medals, looks as though UTS have got both titles wrapped up. Glebe look to have moved back on Leichhardt quite nicely here, and I think they might have the silver medal in their pockets. Leichhardt are going to hold on there for the bronze medal.
Very exciting as Glebe. So UTS has just crossed over for the first of the B quads, and they're followed across by Glebe in second place. So they're followed across by the Leichhardt crew, then Sydney. Over on the far side, University of New South Wales, and the second Leichhardt crew will round the field out. This is the second last race of the day. The winning time there was 6 minutes 34 for the A crew, but they've listed as a no crew. I think that means they were the only crews in the race. Margin of 3 seconds 50 back, so that's 6:38 for the UTS crew, stroked by Matthew Robinson. Then Glebe in second place there for the Bs, stroked by Ben Wilcox. Then Leichhardt for the crew, stroked by Dylan Lee. Sydney in fifth place. I'm just confusing myself with the A's and B's mixed, rounded out by the University of New South Wales and Leichhardt. And underway we have the final race of the day, which is the women's B grade 8 between Glebe and the University of New South Wales. And Glebe look to already have a lead over the University of New South Wales. In the Glebe boat is Poppy Hartley, Isabel Bugg, Stella Lagan, Emily Barrett, Ingzi Dive, Chloe Hitchens, Julia Simon, Catherine Poulter, and coxed by India Lloyd. from the University of New South Wales, Alana Hamilton, Georgina Browning, Helen Frith, Elizabeth Raffin, Amy Watson, Annabelle Fuller, Annabelle Singh, Lisa Matthews, and they're coxed by Emma Vey Cox. So an exciting race here. It looks like Glebe have already, it's 2,000 metre race, so anything could happen, but they are basically side by side. Glebe with a good half length lead over the University of New South Wales. They're coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. What do you reckon, Conrad?
I think they're actually through the 1,000. They're at about 1250, so they've been moving quite nicely. But just this shot we've got from the chase boat, I think I've just been watching the blade work, and it looks as though the Glebe crew's just that little bit crisper with their blade work. UNSW's got it together now, but a couple of 100 metres back, there was just a patch there where it looked as though Glebe were just cutting through the water a bit more smoothly and a bit more nicely, but there's not really much in it. It's still only down to about, I'd say, 2 or 3 seats in it, really. It's still quite close, and for a race that started up at the 2,000 metre mark, they are absolutely neck and neck, really, and it could go any way right now with another 500 metres left to travel.
The interesting thing too is we can see the Glebe crew's cox, probably a novice to coxing, weaving backwards and forwards across the lane, which also slows you down a bit. So the Glebe are getting some disadvantage by the inability to go straight. They go first one way, then the other. That always throws you out. But they're still managing to hold on to their lead. I think she's settled down now and going fairly straight just at the moment, starting to veer off again. So it always just makes a big difference if you can keep that boat going straight, or if it's weaving from side to side, it actually makes it much harder work. So the Glebe girls doing really well there. It looks like they've extended their lead now as they come up to the last 250 metres. They're still managing to stay. They're about a length in front now. The steering not great, but I also noticed just looking down the University of New South Wales cox also having a bit of trouble keeping a straight line, just venturing from one side of the lane to the other. Glebe almost looking like they might change lanes just to take in a bit of scenery, seeing they're out in the front. Might as well make the most of the course while you can.
I think this is tightening up, Mark. I think it's tightening up a bit.
So into the last about 200 metres to go. They're both crews really putting on the power. Glebe have come out with... They've really just taken it up and got it together. Hopefully the cox will be able to keep it going straight as they come up to the finish line. They're about 50 metres out. Glebe holding their own against the University of New South Wales for a big win for these girls. What a fantastic finish. And going nice and straight as they cross the finish line, about 3/4 of a length ahead of the University of New South Wales in a time of 6 minutes 30. Oh, sorry, no, that was the previous men's 7 minutes 22.37.
I tell you what, those races can be fun, but they can also be torturous. That was 7.5 minutes, and those boats didn't get more than clear water, so everyone out there was basically on from the get-go. And you can't give an inch in that kind of race, and it makes for a lot of fun, but only when you look back on it. While you're out there, it's extremely difficult. Yeah. We've got on the medal dais at the moment, we have the men's D grade coxed 4. We had the University of New South Wales collect their medals a little earlier. And we have now down there the St George crew of Tom Masterton, Rory Cole, Kurt Armstrong, James Hunt, and Lily Featherston. They're coached by Mark Featherston, and they took out silver in the men's D grade coxed 4.
So ladies and gentlemen, we're doing the medal presentations for the men's A quad from UTS. Liam Taylor, Harry Birchmore, Caelan Routley and Peter Waldersee. Congratulations to the men's A quad champions. And ladies and gentlemen, we go to the medal presentations now for the men's B quad. Representing Leichhardt for the bronze medals, Remy Wilson, Carter Clifton, Peter Simkovich and Dylan Lee, coached by Isaac Shepherd. Representing Glebe Rowing Club, the silver medalists, Hugo Webster, Henry Leaf, Andrew Perrich and Benjamin Cox. And the champions in the men's B quad, representing UTS, Ryan Zhu, Zachary Neal, Charles Brand and Matthew Robertson, coached by Tim McLaren. Congratulations to our champions and medal winners. Well done, Glebe Rowing Club. So ladies and gentlemen, that concludes racing for today. What a fantastic day of racing. Please remember to return all bow numbers and we'll see you back here tomorrow.